So, very good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, so I hope you all had a very good week and you got to work on some of the things that we did on the other day. Today, we will be learning about exceptions in Java, exception handling. Just open that. All right, so we're going to learn about exception handling primarily and a little bit on input-output stream, Java, NIO, or the new input-output to some extent. We will use all these input-output stream, Java, NIO as we go forward also. And of course, not to mention exception handling as well. So today, I want to have a break at 10:40. Probably for 10 minutes, and then we'll have another break at somewhere around 12 o'clock for another 10 minutes. Okay, so I have a small task at 10:40, so I needed a break. Okay, so any questions if you have before we start, let me know. So if you don't have, we can focus primarily on exception handling because we have a couple of additional weeks, where I have to cover some of the other topics also. So we can go a little bit slow on this one. But related to any other topic that we had last week and prior to that, if you have any questions, feel free to ask anytime, okay? All right, so with that said, let me just open Intellij, create a new project, and where were we? So this is the one we had, day 3 workspace. So on my documents, okay. So let's create a new project. It's going to be a Maven project as usual, without any archetypes. So next, this one, target code, and we want to create a new folder, probably. Let's say, just say here, open. The workspace today name is going to be day 04. That's the location. So day 04 is that. And artifact ID, or rather I can probably create the project with this folder. Artifact ID, let's consider it as exceptions, exception handling. Okay. And this is going to be com.target India. And I would like to keep the version as it is. No need to change the version. All right, so we have a new project. But what is, first of all, we want to understand what is exceptions all about. So let's open this. So let's keep this one. Okay. So we want to understand what is exception handling, right? So exceptions, if you just Google for exception, what is exception in general? Exception meaning in computer programming. So basically, it's an event which occurs during the execution of a program. That means it's nothing to do with the compilation errors, if at all you have, that disrupts the normal flow of the programming programs instructions. So you have some programs, a set of instructions. you're expected to go through that lines of instructions one by one. And somewhere in the middle, the line caused a problem. What do we do? That is an exception. So generally speaking, the exceptions will stop the execution of the program. But our approach or our job is to handle that exception, right? Our job is to handle that. So we essentially we want to ensure that the application doesn't stop. The application doesn't stop. Think of an analogy. Okay, think of an analogy. Suppose you have a, in fact, there used to be an ad by Onida. I don't know if you have seen, or I don't know if I mentioned this earlier. There's an ad where there is a DVD player, Onida, and this guy keeps playing CDs and stuff like that. The dog comes and puts some roti or chapati in that, and it doesn't break, but so he will just remove that and then put another CD and go on. So even the scratches on a CD or a DVD, it is supposed to handle. That is the way. But imagine a world where such things don't exist, and you have a DVD player. You are inserting. In fact, we had to buy or rent DVDs, very expensive that time. Like 100 rupees per day for a good DVD. Even today, also, I suppose, if you have a Blu-ray and all the stuff, so people still use DVDs. So if you rent, and imagine you are watching a very thrilling movie, and suddenly in between because of a small scratch on the DVD, your movie is stopped. Now, in an ideal world, if there is a scratch on some part of the, let's say a sector or a track, this DVD player should skip to the next one or attempt to read as much as possible. But if it is not possible after a couple of tries, it should skip and go to the next track or next sector, whatever is available, and then go and continue. But many of the occasions it was not like that, and it used to be like we had to either return the DVD or what else you do, right? So just be disappointed. So anyway, that is the scenario, right? So let's take another scenario. Imagine there is a long queue for an ATM withdrawal, and you are, let's say, for example, almost the next guy, but because of a problem with somebody's card, the card has a scratch or something like that, or card is invalid, or he inserted the card in a reverse, whatever that he did, he or she did, the ATM machine, the software collapses and then it comes with a blue screen or something like that, or it gives an error, and then the only thing that you can do is to reset the ATM machine, which is going to take a lot of time, right? Now imagine if that happens. We don't like that, isn't it? Imagine in the middle of a ticket booking or a fund transfer, payment. You're doing a payment for something that you thought you bought, but the payment had some issue and the entire application just collapsed, and you don't have a back button. You don't have. In fact, they clearly scare you guys to saying that do not press the back button or the refresh button, right? And so I want to ensure that even if there is a problem in payment processing, there has to be a proper channel to go back and retry the payment. Earlier, it was not like that. It used to simply come back with a broken website page. But nowadays, I think it will come back to the merchant site, and then the merchant site will tell you that there was a problem in processing your payment. Try again and stuff like that. So Amazon, for example, will take I think it will give around half an hour time to reset all those things. What if in case the payment is successful after some time, so the order page gets updated. And the same thing happens with the Big Basket is one more thing where they actually convert that payment. In case of a payment failure, they automatically convert that into a cash on delivery. That's what they did once, and we were wondering. The guy came, and then we didn't even know that there was a problem. Probably I didn't notice the error message. And the delivery guy was asking for cash, and I don't generally keep cash at all because we don't use cash much these days. So anyway, these are some of the ways of handling the exceptions. But when it comes to program, how do you want to handle that, right? So that's something that we want to take a look into. So the very first thing that I want to do is to create a new Java class to demonstrate this. And then I'm going to go create a I can create a package first, but I'll just create a class with the name of the package, com.targetindia dot, and that's a programs. And then we'll type here exception demo. I'm going to give multiple demos. So I'll start with the exception demo 1. And that's really very bad. It went somewhere. I had to keep it on the SRC. So let's keep it in the refactor. And now, okay. Now still there is a problem. I think there is a problem in the way it is done, because this was supposed to have been a package. So let's do one thing. Let's delete this, create a package first, and then try this. Looks like this is SRC main Java. I'm supposed to have dragged and dropped over here. So anyway, new Java class, and the class name is going to be com.targetindia.programs.exception demo 1. All right, so let's add a main function, and let's also try to do something different this time. So we haven't seen what is this args all about, right? What is this args all about? And let's see what is that. So I just want to give here, let's start with the logs instead of using a, we have been using loggers, right? So we'll use logs. And in order for that to work, what I'll do is I'll just go back to the previous one. I think I should have selected the different folder. So let's just close this and open again. This is not the one. This one is day 4. So let's open once again the code folder so I can have access to all the code, including the previous one. So I can grab the pom.xml quickly from there. So I have here workspace, SRC main. I'll first of all go to the pom.xml for all the SLF4J here. So Lombok and SLF4J. Lombok right now not required, but eventually I need that. So I'm going to copy these two, come back to pom.xml and paste it. Of course, to paste, I need the dependencies section. Paste over here and then do a maven reload. So also I need a properties file, which is under resources, log4j properties. I'm going to copy this, use that log4j properties over here. And let's paste it. Maven is ready. Let's just come back here and add @SLF4J. That's why am I not getting? So let's see if the external libraries have come. You can see that it has come. Probably. All right, so something wrong with this workspace. Sometimes this workspace, if this has a problem, let's do one thing. Let's just build once. If not, I can close this and open. Probably things might be all right. They are there. Let's open pom.xml once again. See, everything is okay. So this is fine. Let's try to use again SLF4J. Okay, so looks like there is an issue. Probably I will close this Intellij and open again. Probably it might become all right. All right, so let me open again. These are some of the practical issues that we will always have to deal with. Sometimes restart will work. As you can see that the files are there, the SLF4J API is there. So it was that just not coming over here. All right, so still I think there is a problem. Not sure why. Oh, my mistake. I added only SLF4J, which means you should be able to say here logging logger factory, for example, you will be able to do this. But the @SLF4J comes from Lombok. That was my mistake. So I said Lombok I'll add later, but I need it now. So I'm going to go back to pom.xml, add that also as a dependency, and do a maven reload. That was so silly. Let's go back to our code. And now I should not have any problem SLF4 chip, right? That was so silly. What I want to do is I want to just tell what is the total number of arguments. So I'm going to type here log.trace. Also make sure that in the log properties, we have given trace for com.target India. So that's okay. So I'm going to give a message here saying that total number of command line arguments are, and I have to say args.length because it's an array, I can print that. And I also want to print what are those arguments. I can use a for loop here and then print. So for example, for string arg in args, and then I can print log.trace. These are the arguments. So as you can see that I have to do a lot of things, because if I don't do that, then what happens is it's if I just print args, it is not going to print properly. For example, if I type here log.trace and I'll type here arguments arg, and then I'll type here args like this. If I do, then you will see that it says that it's an array of string, some crazy output you'll get. So let's try to run this one straight away. And it will Lombok request. Let's enable that. You can see here it's giving arguments are an empty array. So this is, I think, empty. That's why you're getting that. But we will see. If I supply an argument, what will I get? But how do I supply the arguments? Because when I run this one, I am not actually running here. It is the IDE, Intellij IDEA is the one that is running this. Okay. So obviously Intellij IDEA is the one that is calling the main function, or something like that. And then Intellij did not pass any arguments. So we got a 0 here. So if I want to run this, then I have to go to a command prompt by myself. And then I have to run this program, which is called com.targetindia.programs.exception demo1. And then I have to pass parameters. And to do that, I have to use the class path, because remember, right now inside this, there'll be a target folder. Inside the target, there are classes. And all these classes, what I have here is there inside this, as you can see. So I have to specify the class that I'm running is not in my current folder, but it is there in the target/classes. How do I do that? You'll say java-cp class path ./target/classes. And then we say here com.targetindia.programs.exception demo1. And then I can supply what are the parameters I want. Let's say, for example, I want to say my name is Vinod. When I press enter, okay, it still says this class is not found. That is my mistake. Basically, this particular, what do you say, the here, I need to specify, I think, provide scope, as in I can specify different scopes: compile, provided, runtime. I also want this at the runtime, I want to say, otherwise it will be available only at the compile time. So let's give it at the, even provided also should be okay, but let's give it at the runtime and check for both of these. Let's do a Maven reload. And let's build once. Hopefully things are okay. Otherwise, I have a different way of running that I'll show you. Okay, it says that this is not existing at the runtime. Let's give provided. And if that is also not going to work, so we'll, yeah, I think it is fine. Let's try building our code. Okay, so hopefully it's going to work. But let's try here. And all right, still says that there is an error. So what I'll do is I'll switch from logger to the print statement. Okay, just for the sake of simplicity and fastening our output. So we're going to say here system.out.println or printf, and then I'm going to use here %d/n or %n, and here I'm going to say the same thing, system.out.println And this is going to be, let's say printf. And we're going to use here %s and %n. And I'm supplying here args. %n is for the new line. Let's do a build, no problem there. Let's go to the terminal and try running this once more. And you can see that it says the command line arguments are 4 of them are there, but I'm only printing 1. And that's primarily because args, when you gave, it's only printing 1. But ideally, that's not the way it is supposed to, because args is an array. It's an array of strings. For example, instead of this printf, I'll say println and do a concatenation. Let's say I do a concatenation. This time you'll see an output a little bit different. Let's do a build and then run this again from the command prompt. And you can see here it's giving an output that says here, hey, L square bracket L java.lang.string semicolon. That means it's a class of an array of string at the rate some object. So it's basically, it says it's a string object. So one way to deal with this is that use a for loop and print each one of them, right? So alternately, I can say here arrays.toString, and then you say args. Now arrays is a class from java.util that converts an array into a string. That's much simple to go ahead. So let's try to run this. Of course, not from here, but from my terminal. I'm again running this. My name is Vinod as the parameters for this. And it says that the total number of parameters are 4, and the arguments are the second one is name, third one is this. So notice that each one of them are considered as a separate command line arguments. If I wanted Vinod Kumar as 1, you can see it says 5, but Vinod Kumar is supposed to be 1. I can use a double-coded text to say that that is one single string. Now you can see it says the 4th argument is Vinod space Kumar. That's one argument, right? So anyway, we are able to supply command line arguments. So let's comment this out and come back and see some more, right? So let's try to comment that. What we want to do is we want to accept 2 parameters supposed to be numbers and take them. So let's try here str string input 1 equals to args 0, and then string input 2 equals to args 1. So those are the first 2 arguments that are available in the command line. And then I'm going to type here integer or int numerator equals to, you can say a couple of ways you can do, okay? One is integer.parseInt of input 1 tries to convert this into a number if that is a valid number, and then it will assign an integer part of that. The second way to do is, let's say denominator equals to, you can say integer.value of, and then you can type input 2. This is another way to do. The another way is you can always say new integer and then dot value of, or new integer also is okay. So there are different ways to do these things, and I've shown you 2 methods over here. Both of them are identical, but let's try this. Now I want to calculate the quotient. So int quotient. So let's say QUO equals to numerator divided by denominator, and int reminder equals to numerator modulus denominator. And just for the sake of doing, I just did. Otherwise, that line 17 is not required. Let's just print the message here. So I'm going to type here sys out or s out, and then I'll type whatever the numbers, right? So I want to just print that these are so and so. So I can say here, I can use a %f here if you want, but sometimes the output will look weird. So I'll use a println. You can use the percentage rather than numerator plus divided by denominator results into quotient of quotient. I forgot a plus here. And a reminder of REM. So let's try to print like this and see what happens. So let's go build once. I don't think I have to build because every time I type, it is automatically going to be built. So let's try running this program. So notice that I have to give here dash CP because that's where the classes exist. And this is the class I want to run. And the first argument I'll type here 1, 2, 3, 4 and 56. So let's try what is the result. It says here 1234 divided by 56 results into quotient of 22 and a remainder of 2. So we got it. So 56 into 22 plus 2 will be 1234. So that's what it says. So this is a happy use case or happy scenario. Okay. So happy path. So everything is okay. But let's try a couple of things. Number one, let's try divide by 0. So what is happening right now here is that I passed 2 parameters. So this line is a string 1, 2, 3, 4. So that is assigned over here. A string 0 assigned to this input 2. Then comes here integer.parseInt is converting that 1, 2, 3, 4 into a number from string. So that is successful. Converts 0 into an integer, that is successful. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 divided by 0, this operator, this entire arithmetic operation fails to do so because integer division by 0 is not allowed in Java. Okay, so this is where there is a panic because now JRE has found out that there is a problem. We can't do that. We can't divide by 0, but it has to tell me because I'm the developer. I'm the one who's causing that, isn't it? I am the one who coded that. I'm the at the runtime, I'm the user who's actually passing a wrong value. So this has to be communicated. What Java does this, remember this is this operation is going on because of an JRE, right? So JRE is the one which is processing this. And the JRE actually tries to create an object of some class that represents that erroneous situation. What is the erroneous situation here? There is an arithmetic expression being evaluated. There is a problem. So in many other languages like Python, for example, there is something called zero division error, etc. But in Java, all arithmetic problems are considered as arithmetic exception. So it creates an object of a class called arithmetic exception, and then it throws that object at me, right? It is like an object being thrown because because the JRE is not a function. It's not like I'm calling a function, I get a return value, isn't it? Now, because there is a problem, the object is being thrown at me, and every object that is thrown must be caught. And I did not catch that. I didn't do anything special here. So what happens? This particular exception object that is being thrown here will be propagated to the place where main was called. Now, who is calling main? I'm not calling the main, isn't it? I never called the main. I'm actually running it by just typing this code, right? So when I run this command, Java command here, this is where I'm telling JRE to call the main function within this one. So the JRE is the one that is calling main. So JRE throws an object to me, but I'm not catching it. So the object will be caught back by the JRE, which is calling this particular main function. And then the JRE knows nothing but disruption. It just stops the execution of the program right there. So nothing was assigned to denominator. Nothing was assigned to the quotient. Nothing happened further because the sequence of events after that exception was thrown, all of them got cancelled, right? And the only thing that happens is the exception will be given to me. And because I'm running it in a command prompt, on the command prompt, I will get that error message. So when I press enter here, you can see we got an error. So look at these lines here. The first line is my execution, but then it says exception in thread main java.lang.arithmetic exception divide by 0 at com.targetindia.programs.exception demo main 1 line number 16. That is where actually I'm doing the division. And then this is of course my prompt. It is my prompt. So it is giving me that there is a problem, right? Let's do one thing. Let's clear the screen, try it again. But this time I will type something like, say, 10 in double quotes. Of course, I don't need double quotes. I'll say 10 like this. So if I ask anybody what is 1234 divided by 10, they will say 123. But in this case, that is not so because this is not a numerical value. Let's see how this is going to lead. So the first thing is these two are received by args, and then 1234 in double quotes. That is always because the string is assigned to input 1 and then ten is assigned to input 2. No problem there. And then this integer.parseInt. Remember, this is not GRE, it is integer.parseInt is a function. And the function takes this 1, 2, 3, 4 in double quotes and tries to convert that into an integer, and it is successful because 1, 2, 3, 4 form a valid integer. Okay, valid integer. So there is no problem there. But the next one is TAN, and that TAN is not containing valid digits. So this is actually going to cause a problem. Note that the problem is this time caused by the function value of, which is actually trying to see that is this first character a digit, digit base 10. By default, it's always looking at a base 10. For example, if that is ABC, it is a valid integer in hexadecimal. So I have not given here any base, so it will assume it is 10. And T is not a valid digit for base 10, or for that matter, for any of the bases, right? That actually is a problem that is identified by this function value of. Of course, this function is developed by somebody. That guy or girl actually will create an object saying that, hey, I cannot convert this into an integer because it is not made up of valid digits. So there an exception will be created, an object of a class called number format exception. And that will be thrown. And because it is thrown and I'm not catching it, main will receive that, or rather whoever is calling the main will receive that exception, and that will be actually shown to me here. So when I press enter, you can see that we got an error saying that in line number 15, we have a problem that is here, value of, and you can see value of is the function in integer.java line number 983, which actually calls another function called parseInt. So basically my code or my function calls value of calls a function called parseInt, which is exactly what we used earlier. And the parseInt actually calls a function called for input string, which throws an exception called number format exception. So again, you see that there is an exception being thrown and the program, is not reaching over here, right? So let's also add one more line here, just to, let's say S out, and we'll say here end of app, you can say end of main, okay? So we will never get that end of main like this, but if I typed here something, then you can see we got the end of main. Our intention is to reach end of main, whether there is a problem or no problem. One last thing I want to show you here before we take a break and come back with a solution for this is, what if I don't supply any parameter? What if I supply no parameters or one parameter, right? In this case, let's type here 1, 2, 3. Doesn't matter what it is, but let's say I supplied 1, 2, 3. So the 1, 2, 3 is the only argument that has come here. So the number of arguments is only 1. And there is no problem here because args of 0 represents the first argument which is given, which is 123, and that 123 will be assigned over here. But when you try to extract the second element from the array, now the JRE, which is trying to evaluate this and say, hey, I want to retrieve the value, the second parameter, and pass it on to input 2, the JRE fails to do so because JRE doesn't find second argument. So what is JRE going to do? So JRE will create an object of some suitable class. And this time JRE picked up a class called as a array index out of bounds exception. So that's the name of the class. It's a lengthy one, but it is very meaningful. Array index out of bounds. The index is 1 here. It is outside the boundary. The boundary is only 0 because that's the only one that we have. 0 to 0 is the valid boundary this time. So it is out of the boundary. So this will be thrown and nothing else after that, not even an assignment, nothing else will happen because there was an exception. Let's give it a try and check it out. And you can see it says here, there was an array index out of bounds exception, index 1, out of bounds for length 1. And we get, this is where I called that, I have done that operation here. Line number 12 is where I'm doing this operation, which caused this problem. So in all these 3 cases, we see that the, the error is going to disrupt the execution of the program. and I don't reach the end of the main. Obviously, I can't print any valid output here if there is any of those problems occur, but at least I want to skip this. It's like the scratch on your DVD, right? You want to skip this and move on, right? So that is what we want to do with the help of exception handling. Now, if you want to try passing parameters while you click on this, what you can do is you see that when we ran it for the first time, there is a configuration created. You can select this and there is these options. Then there is an edit configuration. You can go here and it shows here what are the program arguments you want to supply. So it is the Java com.targetindia.so and so it's there. This is the program argument. I can type 1, 2, 3, 4, and you can give you can actually give multiple values if you want like this. So I can also type here 67. So 2 arguments I'm supplying, and then click on OK, and you'll see now. Oh, I've edited, but I didn't run. Now I have to run this, and I should see an output which says that 1, 2, 3, 4 divided by 67 results into quotient of 18 and remainder of 28. This is how you can pass parameters from here, edit configuration. And if I pass here 0 and OK, and then run it again, this time we'll get a arithmetic exception as we saw earlier, right? So this is it as how you can, like what kind of exceptions are created, etc. As mentioned earlier, I'll take a 10 minutes break, come back at say 10:50, and then continue with the solution. Okay, see you in 10 minutes. Hey guys, I'm back. So let's continue, and we'll take another maybe 15 minutes break later at 11:55 or 11:45, something like that. So right now, let's continue with this application where we discovered that there are three different types of problems. Number one, when there is an insufficient argument, we get something called array index out of bounds exception. Number two is whenever there is a non-numerical value supplied, the integer.parseInt or integer.value of which internally uses integer.parseInt, they cause a problem. Number three is when I supply 0 for denominator or the second number, we get an arithmetic exception. So all these are classes that are created in, I should say, java.lang package they are part of, okay? They're part of the java.lang package. And they basically represent an erroneous situation. So if I open one of those, if I go to Command Shift T and then look for arithmetic exception, you see that the first one, you see arithmetic exception here. If you look at the class, there is nothing in it. It's just a class with couple of constructors, arithmetic exception. So what actually it represents an arithmetic problem. That's all, a problem that occurs at runtime because of an arithmetic issue, right? So, and it's just a class. You create an object and throw. The only purpose of this is to create an object and throw it, because that is how communication happens between one part of the application to another part of the application when there is a problem. So you create an object and throw it. That's what happens, right? So let's have a look at the other one that we had, which is the number format exception because of this. So again, I type here number format exception. And if I open that, you can see that there is a constructor, there's a constructor, there's a constructor. And I think there is one function here which returns an object, which is nothing but it's constructing an object. So these are typically called as the virtual constructors because they're creating objects. This function is actually taking some parameters and creating an object. So we call it a virtual constructor. So typically an exception class will have just constructors, nothing else. The other one we got was array index out of bounds exception. So I type here array index
Excuse me,
out
sir.
of, yes.
Sir, your screen is still searched. We can't see you typing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, my mistake. So let me
Yeah,
just
message.
let me just show again. So I am pressing Command Shift T and then typing here arithmetic exception, and you see that I get the class, and the class arithmetic exception has nothing but constructors. That's all. Similarly, if I open number format exception, how do I open? Control Shift T for Windows, the PC users, PC and laptop. For Mac users, Command Shift T, and that will allow you to search for a data type. So my data type that I want to look for is, let's say, number format exception. And that is actually going to have a constructor here, another constructor here, and there is a function that constructs an object. So we call it as a virtual constructor, because it's not a constructor because it has a different name, isn't it? And it's a function. Constructors are not functions. But this function's job is to construct an object, so we call it as a virtual constructor. Similarly, here also there is a virtual constructor, creates an object of number format exception. So essentially, your exception class just has got different ways of creating an object of the class. That's all, right? Have a look at one last, that is the array index out of bounds. You can see that I'm typing only the capital letters of the first word, the words, the first letter of each word, array index out of bounds exception, and you can see that it's filtered. And there also you can see that there is a constructor, there's a constructor, there's a constructor. What do you use for constructing constructors for? You use the constructor for constructing an object. So why do you construct an object of this class? You construct and throw. That's all. And that is what is happening so far. You know, somebody is constructing an object of this and throwing. So that's basically what exceptions. But now we want to see how to handle that. Now, before going over there, I want to explain with the basically Let's just ignore all this. I want to explain with the help of a diagram what are the different types of exception classes we have. And let's just type here concepts.dio.png. And here, say there is one class which happens to be the supermost class, which is java.lang.object. And that is the class that doesn't have the superclass. Sorry, that is the only class that doesn't have superclass. Now, while there are so many subclasses and every class is a subclass of this, there is one class here called Throwable. And that is an object part of the java.lang, Throwable. So you can only throw an object of Throwable. That is the bottom line, okay? You cannot throw an employee object, you cannot throw a person object, etc., etc. But you can only throw objects of Throwable. But how am I able to throw an arithmetic exception, or how is somebody throwing an arithmetic exception? And that is because there are two prominent subclasses over here. One is called error and one is called exception. So this is a subtype. This is another subtype. Let's consider this to be exception, and there is a java.lang.error. So errors are some serious problems that a typical applications should not handle, or should not worry to handle about that. Should not try to handle, because these errors would include something that is irrecoverable problems. Like, for example, if there is an out of memory situation, programmatically we cannot handle that. There is one called stack overflow error. Stack overflow error is when you call function after function like a recursion, and the recursion is taking so much iterations, the amount of memory allocated for the stack is exhausted. So in such case, you get a stack overflow error. You can't really do anything programmatically in that case, right? So you should not try to handle these things. That's what they say. Now, exceptions have many classes directly. One of them happens to be something called a runtime exception. Runtime exception. And there are many subclasses for this also. There is a whole bunch of classes that belong to this group. And any class that inherits from runtime exception is called as an unchecked exception. So please pay attention to this one. This is called unchecked exceptions. Okay, unchecked exceptions. What is the meaning of unchecked exception? Who is the one who is supposed to check? Actually speaking, if you look at this, I can guess. Okay, let's have a look at this function, parse int. If I do a command click on this, or you do a control click on this, I also have to do a control click, I suppose. It will take me to the function definition in the integer.java. It took me to public static int parse int, and it says throws number format exception. So notice that this function, when we are calling, the signature of the function is warning me. It's giving a warning to me saying that, hey, if you call this function, I might throw a number format exception. So be prepared to catch. But compiler knows that because compiler has compiled the code. So compiler is aware that when this function is being called, there might be an exception called number format exception, but compiler is not stopping me here, right? But have a look at this one. So I'm going to use a class here called file reader, okay, called as reader. So I just created a variable, and I'll say reader equals to new file reader of, let's say I give here hello.txt. Now, there is no syntax error in this location, because if I click on this here, you'll see that there is a function that takes one string as a parameter, and I am passing that parameter here, no problem. But still, compiler is giving me an error. Why is compiler giving an error? If you look at the problem section here, the problem says unhandled exception, java.io.file.found exception. The rest of them are warnings here. Don't worry about that. The error here is unhandled exception, java.io.file.found exception. Now, it says, hey, you haven't handled the exception. How does compiler know that there is an exception? If you look at the constructor here, it says throws file not found exception. Doesn't it say here also throws number format exception? As you can see, compiler warns me and stops me, not allowing me to go forward because it says, hey, no, the signature says throws exception, you must handle. Here also it says the signature says throws exception, but it's not doing. And that is what actually the difference between a checked exception and an unchecked exception. So unchecked exceptions are not being checked by the compilers. So they are, for example, the one that we used is, what is it? Number format exception, right? Array index out of bounds exception. Let's just write the name itself. Array index out of bounds exception, right? So these are some, and then the arithmetic exception, null pointer exception. We have got so many of them. So null pointer exception. Then we have this then we have arithmetic exception. Arithmetic exception, etc. So these are all some of the examples of one. So basically, any class that inherits from runtime exception or its subclasses. In this case, if you look at the number format exception class, okay, let's go to the number format exception here. And you can see that it extends illegal argument exception. That extends a runtime exception. So indirectly, this is a subclass. Similarly, if you look at the array index out of bounds exception, that inherits from something called it's called index out of bounds exception, and that inherits from the runtime exception. So you can also right click here and then say here. Actually, you can use Command Shift H, and it shows here the hierarchy of that. So basically, you can see hierarchy, and the hierarchy shows what are the superclass and subclasses of this. Now, not the file reader I wanted of this exception. So let's try this and say Command Shift H. Okay, not showing. Oh, so in Eclipse, you have a way of looking at called a type hierarchy. You can see that, but somehow here it is not showing. When I right click, I have the context actions, but I don't have the hierarchy. Let's see, it should be there. Find, refactor, folding, search with Google. Navigate. Navigate should have something. Type, declare, touch. Okay, type hierarchy. F4 is the type hierarchy. So I have to select, press F4. And now you can see that it says file not found exception, inherit from IO exception, inherit from exception. So there is no runtime exception here, which means it is a checked exception. So all other are checked exceptions. Okay. So if somebody asks what is a checked and unchecked exceptions, runtime exception and all its subclasses are called unchecked exceptions. Rest all are called checked exceptions. So checked exceptions means you must handle it. Otherwise, compiler will give an error. Okay. Otherwise, compiler will give an error. How do you find the type hierarchy in here? Use the function key 4. Okay. So if I remove this, you also have to, I don't know. So let's open Command Shift T, array index out of bounds exception, select this and press F4. And now you'll see that array index out of bounds exception, inherit from index out of bounds exception, inherit from runtime exception, which means it is a unchecked exception. Okay. So have a look at this. You can also search here, I suppose, somehow. No, I think not possible. You have to first open that and then search. That's how it is. So anyway, exceptions are of two kinds. Yeah.
So what was the shortcut to view that hierarchy?
F4, function key 4. You have to first find out that name. Like, for example, first open the type by typing Control Shift T and then type here null pointer exception. So like this.
Okay.
Once you got it, you press F4, function key 4, and then you get that. So
Okay, sir.
if your cursor is selecting this one, then you will be able to press F4 to get this.
Okay.
And I also found out from navigate type hierarchy here. That's the F4.
Thank you, sir.
No problem. So we have now, let's move on from here. Let's see, we have a situation which is causing problems. We now want to handle that. So how do we handle is the question. So the way you do is Java provides 3 keywords to handle that: try, catch, and finally. So I'm going to start by using a try block. So I type here try and then press enter. You can see we got an open and close bracket. So this whole thing, I'm going to put that inside that. So I can use a alt up arrow to move the block up. So now I'm inside the try block. As you can see, I'm getting an error. So the reason is that when you use a try, what we are actually telling the compiler is that, hey, we want to try, or rather at the runtime, we are telling the runtime that, hey, try executing each one of them. But at any point in time, if you find a problem and there was an exception thrown, I want to catch it. So that is the reason why you're getting an error. So the try must be actually accommodated or accompanied with a catch block or a something called finally. We'll come to the finally block a bit later. So what I have to do is I have to type here catch, and what do I have to catch? Now I know that this would throw a number format exception. We figured out by hard way or by control click on this. I also have a problem in these two statements. I forgot totally. These two also have a problem, so I have to bring this down inside the block. So this would cause probably an array index out of bounds exception. So you'll have to tell here that, hey, array index out of bounds exception EX or some variable. So what is this variable? Whatever the object that is thrown, and in these two lines, if at all it is thrown, that object thrown is being assigned to this reference variable. So it is as good as we declared a variable here that points to the object that is being thrown. What if it is not thrown? Then this catch block is of no use. Because there is no problem, this is of no use. So here I can now print a message saying that, hey, there was a problem. So I can say here s out, there was an error. And what is the error? You can actually say ex.getMessage, but those messages are actually not in my control. It's the creator of that object, whoever created the object during this, when we are not able to access that. So somebody figures out, okay, you have an index that is not inside the range of the indexes. So they are creating an error. So the error messages are totally not in my control. When we create our own errors and we throw errors, we can take care of giving a valid, meaningful error messages. Now let's try running this by going to the terminal and try not passing both the parameters. Okay. Let's just full screen that, clear. Okay, I don't know why the first 3 lines are there, but let's just say we just want to supply 1, 2, 3. I passed a single argument, and obviously there is a problem in line number 10. So line number 10 has a problem, that is this part has a problem. It actually creates an array index out of bounds exception object and throws. So skipping all these lines, the control now comes to the catch block. So here is where the assignment takes place, because there is an object being thrown and that is assigned. And then we are actually taking that object and then processing this block. So if I enter here, now you can see it says there was an error, index 1 out of bounds for length 1. And then it says end of main. So end of main, even there was a problem, I'm skipping the problem area and then moving on to the next set of code. So which is this one, end of main. So it is like the CD scratch, right? So we are saying that, hey, skip that scratched area in the DVD and then move to the next sector so that we can watch the movie, right? So that is what actually we are doing here. Now, let's say when we supply 0 as an argument, what would happen? So this time around, you see, there is no problem in these 2 lines. There is no problem in these 2 lines. The problem comes because of this now, because we are trying to divide a number by 0. So obviously, the actual object that is created now is an arithmetic exception object. When it is thrown, the catch block is unable to handle because this is a variable of type array index out of bounds exception, which has nothing to do with arithmetic exception. They have some common parents. It doesn't mean that they can be interchanged. You can't assign an arithmetic exception to this one. For example, imagine if I do something like this. Let's copy this and let's say declare a variable here, ex1 equals to new array index out of bounds exception, absolutely no problem. But what if I type here new arithmetic exception like this? Now notice that here we're getting an error, isn't it? It says here, hey, required type is this one, so it is incompatible. If you go to the problems, it says it is incompatible types. That is exactly what's happening right now, because the actual exception thrown here is arithmetic exception. This is variable of array index out of bounds exception that is incompatible. But instead of an error, it will simply say, hey, I'm not going to catch you. So I am only supposed to catch an object of array index out of bounds exception and not arithmetic exception. So what are we supposed to do then? So now if you try to run this, it's going to give me an error and breaks the execution of the program. I didn't reach the end of main. Now our purpose is to reach the end of the main, isn't it? Now there are two ways to handle. Now one thing I can do is I can say that, hey, this should be a variable either of this type or of arithmetic exception like this. Notice that I'm using a pipe symbol to denote an or, saying that either this or this. So the variable is of any one of these. Now, depending on what is being thrown, note that you cannot have two objects thrown at the same time, isn't it? You cannot say this is also a problem, this is also a problem. You can't do like that. So it will never happen. So the moment there is an object that is thrown here, it will never come to here. So obviously there's only one exception being thrown. Depending on an object of this or this being thrown, the variable will take appropriately. Okay. This particular syntax was introduced in Java 1.7. So since we are using Java 11, that shouldn't be a problem. But I just want to tell you that you may not see these things in older applications because this syntax was not there at that time. So version 1.7 introduced this. So now if I go here and then try running this in the command prompt, let's go to the command prompt and run this. Let's clear. Now I go and run with 0. It says there was an error /by0. Not a very meaningful message, but I got it. I don't supply arguments. It says here index 0 out of bounds. I mean, I'm getting a vague idea, but I still at least reaching the end of the main. What happens if I type, say, ASDF and something else? Now, this will be a problem with the number format exception, which I haven't handled, and that will still break the execution of the program. So to do that, again, I can add here, or I can have a catch with number format exception EX, and then I can type here S out, and I can say something else. Let's say, for example, only integers were expected, like that. You can give any other message if you want. Here I know that either, I mean, again, common messages you can give, right? But otherwise, let's try this one again. And this time, all the three of them will have proper values. I supplied only one value. I got an error, but end of main is there. I got 0. There is an error, end of main. I'll type ASD. There is an error message and end of main. And if I type here properly, then there is no problem, still end of main. So in all circumstances, we are able to reach to the end of main. So there's one more way of handling this, is where you just give exception. Okay, you just give exception, and we can probably say that there was an error. So something went wrong. Okay, maybe a oops. Okay, something went wrong. No two exclamations. So this time what happens? It is like, you remember the polymorphism we were talking about on the other day? It's like exception EX equals to new arithmetic exception, no problem, EX equals to new array index out of bounds exception. That is not a problem. EX equals to new number format exception. No problem. Why is this working? Because all these are subtypes and this is a super type. So super type variable can refer to subclass types, right? Like shape pointing to a circle or a triangle or square, etc. Right? I hope you were able to follow that. So because of this, any object thrown here in any of these statements, if there is an object thrown, this is able to handle. So that's because it's a super type variable. Implicit casting happens. There is no need of taking care of anything else. So if I go and run this now, in all circumstances, when there is no problem, there is no problem though. When there is 0, it says something went wrong. ASD, something went wrong. I don't supply, something went wrong, right? So that is how you can have exceptions. Okay. So generally speaking, we take this as the last one as what we call as a fallback. So it's a good idea to write specific exceptions, like for example, catch number format exception EX, and we say here S out. Please, try with try only with integers, right? And then we can say here catch, let's say arithmetic exception, and we say cannot divide by 0, so something like that. Cannot divide by 0. One more was the array index out of bounds exception, array index out of bounds exception EX. And this one, I'll type here, please input 2 values, and notice that I get all these. So let's try running this now, all of them. So proper values, no, oh, sorry. I think there's something wrong in my line number 23. I didn't declare a variable. Compilation error that. So let's try it again. No problem. We got an end of main 0. This time it says cannot divide by 0. I type ASD. It says please try only with integers. And I try only one number. It says please input 2 values. All the occasions we get end of main and proper error messages. Now you might be wondering, why do I need this then? You don't need that, but we give it as a fallback just in case if I missed any exception programming. While programming, if I missed anything at the runtime, this will take as a fallback. So because this is capable of handling all type of exceptions, right? But not errors, and we don't want to handle errors. So if there was a Stack Overflow error, this will not handle. Okay, this will not handle because there was a Stack Overflow error. Because if you handle that and try to move on, because of the Stack Overflow, your application cannot go forward because there's no space in the stack. So this will cause a problem because of that. So we say that do not handle errors, handle only exceptions. Okay, handle only exceptions. This is what is the meaning of handling only exceptions. Okay. Now, while try and catch are like this, probably you take. I'll explain what is finally and why we don't use finally today, because there is in Java 1.7 they introduced something called try with resources. Now I want someone whoever is trying, okay, I want everybody to try on first for this, for this program. But whoever is trying, please take 5 minutes to try this, explore this, and then I will continue with the finally. It's not a break. I want you guys to try this. Okay. So then I will continue after 5 minutes. Anybody still trying or done? Can I
Done, sir.
no, okay. Raise hands if you're trying or if you're doing along with me. I expect everybody to do. That's the way you learn. Otherwise, it will be one way kind of a radio. All right, so interesting to see that only 2 out of 35. All right, if I were you, even if I'm not doing, I would have raised the hand, but I'm not encouraging that. But right, let's move on. So while we have all these multiple catches, and in this case with integers, and let's say these two, I want to combine them. Okay, let's say I want to combine this try with only integers and 2 values. So I want to combine that. So what I'll do is I'll just use a pipe symbol here to indicate that these are 2 exceptions, but I'll say please input 2 integers like this. So that will be like a common message. You are not supplying an integer, so it says 2 integers. If you are not supplying enough elements, it says 2 there. So right, so it's combined. So we have a multiple catches. This is a one catch with multiple exceptions, and we have a default handler, or what we call as a fallback handler. All these are fine. But what we are actually doing is called exception ducking. In this case, it's fine because we are just having a one single program. But in practice, there'll be multiple layers of code will be there. So you'll have something like a presentation layer. There'll be a service layer. There'll be a data access layer. There'll be a repository layer, or something like a persistence layer. So multi-tiered architecture will be there. At that time, the catch blocks won't be just like this. There'll be some other activities. So we'll see that as we go forward also. Okay. So in Java, even in the very beginning, they introduced something called as a finally block. So finally is a block that gets executed in almost all circumstances. Why am I saying almost all? There is one scenario where it is not executed. I'll start with that first, or probably at the end I'll show you. But right now, I just want to say here that an S out, I'm going to say here end, not end, from inside of, this is basically the finally block. Okay, just a message. Again, I want to try all scenarios and see that there will be 2 messages that come no matter what happens. Let's say, for example, 123 and 12, you'll see that these 2 are reaching all the time. So I'll type here 0. Again, you can see from inside the finally block after displaying an error. Then I'm going to type here only one parameter, same thing, finally block and end of main. And then I'll type ASD here, again the same thing. You can see that I'm getting the finally block and end of main. So then you might be wondering, why do I need that when I can get this here, isn't it? Whatever that I'm doing here, why can't I just do it over here? First of all, what do we do here generally? I'll show you with an example, but also I will show you why don't we use that anymore. Okay, I'll show you that also. So this is executed. Now remember, we are inside a main function. And what if after there is an error message, what if I do a return statement here? What if I say here return like this? Now you see, main is called by JRE, or imagine if this is a regular some other function, and somewhere somebody is calling that function, it's doing something. If there is an error, it goes over here and then goes back to the caller. So that means this entire statement is going back now, which means this will not be executed, right? So because of the return statement here. But while this is not executed, finally will be executed even if you do a return statement. So if I say here supply a 0 as a second parameter, that is when this catch block comes into picture, and cannot divide by 0. So it's going to go away return, right? It's returning. Just before returning, it will go to the finally block, executes that, and then returns. So try this. Let's try once. When I supply 0 here, you can see that there is no end of main, but there is a from inside of finally block, right? So finally is executed, but not the subsequent statement because I'm going away from here. Let's say when there is a problem like this, imagine I'm actually throwing some other error. Okay. Or probably let's say I comment this line. Okay. Or let's just comment this line. Okay. So which means what? I am not having any handler for, let's do one thing. Let's do it for this itself. So imagine we don't have a handler for arithmetic exception. That means when you're passing a 0 as a second parameter, I don't have the catch block. So this catch block cannot handle the arithmetic exception. This can, so which means I'll have to comment this also, right? So now this is the only catch block I have here. I don't have the number format. I don't have the arithmetic exception. So if at all there is a divide by 0 takes place, there is an exception that is thrown. This cannot catch. Now, because there is no catch block, it is again going back to the place where main is called. So main, somebody is calling main, the exception will be propagated to them, but just before going, finally will be asked, and then the application will stop by breaking the execution. You can check it out now. Same thing. It is actually exception in thread main, but before breaking the execution of the program, it's saying that inside the finally block. That's one more scenario. So let's try one more. And this time I want to give here, let's say when there is an arithmetic exception, I want to, one is I can do a return. The other I can do is something called system.exit of say 1, some status, abnormality. 0 means normal, anything else is abnormal. So let's say I give here system.exit of 1. This one is like SOS. When there is a fire in the building, no need to pack up your bags and go slowly, right? So you just want to run and rush. Although it's good idea to run in an orderly fashion, but here it's just going to send a signal to the JRE to stop whatever is going on and then exit and pass this value to the operating system. That's what it does. And at that time, it doesn't have time to go to the finally because it's an SOS call. So I go back here, run the same thing again. This time it says cannot divide by 0 and then system.exit. So there's no finally block. So this is the only occasion where finally block is not being called. But most of the time we don't do this in traditional programming language, or you can say typical applications. We don't do this. Okay, we don't do the system.exit. All right. What do we do in finally generally? Let me give an example and then show you that. Okay. So for that, I will take the examples. Anyway, we are going to do something on Java IO today, right? So we want to learn about some input-output stream. I want to show you that with an example as well. So let's try with a second program here. Although this is about exception handling, I'm also going to cover a little bit on files. So I'm going to go create here Java class called exception demo2 and add a main method. And here is where I want to read data from a file. Now I want to accept the file name from the user probably, or I can hard code that and set it up here. And I want to open that file. So, but I want to use that keyboard util that I did on the other day. Let's try to create a keyboard util. Java package under utils. Under utils, we're going to create a package called utils, and under that, we're going to create a class called keyboard util. And that's going to be a final class. Why final? We don't want this class to be inherited. So if at all this class has to be used, I don't want people to inherit, modify, and use that. That's the one thing. Then we're also going to write a private keyboard util constructor like this. The purpose of this is you cannot create an object also. So generally say, don't let anyone instantiate this class. And this one is where don't let anyone inherit. in this class. So, okay, so instantiate this class. Why don't we want to do that? Because I want people to use my class as is. So typically utility classes are like this. An example would be math.java. You might have used already this math.java a couple of times. Public final class math and private constructor. Don't let anyone instantiate this class. Another one, probably you can see system class is also having, it is final, so nobody can inherit from here. And also there is a private constructor indicating don't let anyone create an object of this class. And the typical utility classes are like this. They will have public static methods. I want to accept a string this time. So let's say, for example, get string, and we'll get a message here. And we want to give a message to the user. So whatever the message is there, so we'll pass it. And we want to accept from the keyboard. So we'll say scanner, sc equals to new scanner of system.in, because that's where I want to read it from or scan from. And then I'll say return sc.next line. So that reads one line, which is a string, and then we are returning that. As simple as that. Okay. We can write other functions. Right now, I only want this string. Let's keep it there. I want to accept a file name. So I'll say string file name equals to keyboard util, util dot get string, enter file path. You can say here, enter path, name and path of the file. Or I should say, enter absolute file name or absolute path of the file. So whatever, right? So we can give like that. Enter absolute or relative path of the file. So that we get the semicolon, of course. So we get the file name. What I want to do is I want to read the content of this. Now, Java provides two types of classes. One is called as a byte stream. One is called as a character stream. So byte streams are meant for reading binary content. So there is a byte stream, so you can call it as streams, IO streams. And there are two of them. One of them is what is called as a byte stream, and the other one is called as a character stream. And character streams are meant for textual data. So character streams. So two categories. Then the byte streams, we will come back a bit later. Although byte streams were the ones that were introduced in version 1.0, then it was not called as byte streams. In 1.1 or 1.2, they introduced character streams because they wanted to deal with the character data differently than other bytes, because typically in languages like C, for example, one character is 1 byte, whereas in Java, one character is 2 bytes. So when I read one character, I needed to read 2 bytes, but this will read only 1 byte at a time. So I read and write 1 bytes. When I read a character, I'm actually supposed to read 2 bytes because of the Unicode. So we have a couple of classes here. One of them happens to be called an input stream, and there is another one called output stream, as you can guess. These are two, they are not subclasses, they are the supermost classes, but they are there in this group, in this category. These are just concepts here. IO streams have byte streams, etc. There's one more here called a reader, as probably you can guess. The other one would be a writer. So these are textual, these handle textual data, okay. Okay, so this is basically a writer. So readers and writers are meant for text content, character content. Whereas input stream, output stream can be used for character content, but many of the classes, they don't. Some of them have problems with the character content, but many of them don't. So we will see them as we go forward. But right now, I want to see this one. specifically a reader class. Now readers, there are many types. If I go to the reader class, so Command Shift T, Control Shift T for you guys. So reader java.io, you can see that it is a class that doesn't have any super type, but let's open its hierarchy. You can see a reader has many subclasses. There is a piped reader, reader UTF-16, character array reader or char array reader, line reader, reads from line, you know. Then you have a ASCII reader, filter reader, and there you have pushback reader, Java reader, scanner, input reader, many of them. So there is an input stream reader, and right below that you see there is a file reader. So there are many kinds of reader. All the names end with reader, by the way, as you can see, right? So they basically provide a facility for reading from files, specifically reading from any source. But file reader specifically is the one that is used for reading from files. For example, when you want to read from a, let's say, a browser through a Java program, like, you know, for a browser sends some data to the server, and on the server you have a Java program. You have something called as a servlet reader and servlet writer, something like that. You know, similar names are there. So we'll see that as we go forward. But then basically you have file reader to read the data from files. So I can use that file reader like this. File reader, let's say reader equals to new file reader. Okay. And I need to supply the file name. So I'm going to supply the file name. Here it says that, hey, there is a probability that you might have given a wrong file name. The file name may not exist. So if the file doesn't exist, how can I read from that? So it is an erroneous situation. So the file reader actually determines whether the file is a valid file name or not. And it throws an exception in case file name is an invalid one. And let's do one thing. Let's put this in a separate line. So we'll say here reader equals to. Okay. So let's go to the file reader for a moment. So file reader extends input stream reader, and input stream reader extends reader. That's what we see. And then reader has some other implements here, readable, closable. We'll come to that closable a bit later. But if you look at the reader, file reader class, number one, it says here that I have to put a try catch for this. So that's one thing that we have here. So if I go to this and say surround with try catch, that is what one option that we have. Lombok also comes with something called sneaky throws. We can use that. Basically, it internally it adds the surrounds with try catch block and stuff like that. So let's use this surround with try catch. And if there is a problem with the file not found exception, I want to tell that the file was not found. So I'm going to say here s out. The file name that I supplied is invalid, right? So I can say println or printf. I can say file name or file %s does not exist, and a %n, and here I'll type file name. So the file name that we are given here is invalid. It doesn't exist. Okay, doesn't exist. So, but if there is no problem, then I have the reader object. What can I do? I can read one character at a time. So I can say here reader.read, and you can see that it gives you an integer, but it's one character. That's what it does. So let's try to read that. So I'm going to say int ch, and then I can say while ch equals to reader.read, reader.read not equals to -1. That's how it is doing. And it tells me that the reader.read also throws an exception called java.lang.io exception. And I have a couple of options that I can deal with. I can add another catch clause or replace file not found with IO exception. Why is this? Because file not found exception is a subtype of IO exception, right? So I can just replace that and say this is capable of handling both the file not found exception from here as well as the IO exception from here. Obviously, I cannot give the message like this because now it could be because the file doesn't exist or I'm unable to read it for some reason, right? Maybe you have a read permission is not there for you, so you can't read, right? So that would be an error. So the error message should be changed here now. Alternately, what I could have done is I could say that, hey, if there is a file not found exception, let this handle. any other type of IO exception, let us write a separate catch block for that, right? Add a catch clause. Now you see I have this, and now I can type here error while reading the content, something like that, right? While reading the content. So I got an error while that. So now you see that I'm reading one byte at a time, rather one char at a time. So if you look at this read function's definition, it says, let's try reading this. Let's try to click on that and go there. So what does it say here? It reads a single character, but the return value will be in the form of an int. One character is 2 bytes, int is 4 bytes, so it's going to pad that with a zeros. Okay, it's going to pad zeros, initial 16 zeros, followed by whatever the decimal or the binary value of that character. Okay, that's what it's going to do. And that is being given to me, and I want to print that. I'll use a s out, but without the ln. And if I type ch, it's just going to give you numbers. So if I try to run this, and I can just give the file name as, see, right now I'm in the keyboard util. This is wrong. Sorry, I'm in the programs. In the programs, I have exception demo1.java is there. I want to pass the name of that when I run this. All right, so I'm going to type here exception demo1.java, but related to the current location, it is under, I can't just give like this because let's see if I can give. You can see that it says exception demo1.java does not exist. I can give it from the project's location, so that's what I'll have to do. So the project location, from the project location, I can give it as src/main/java/com/target India/programs/exception demo1.java. That is the actual file name. That's a relative path. Note that I didn't start with a slash. It's a relative path. Press enter. And you can see that it's just printing all these numbers. What are those numbers? For example, the first one could be probably 112 representing P, because the first letter is P there, isn't it? So the ASCII value of P is that. Then you can see 97 is the ASCII value of A. 99 is a C, like A, B, C, right? 97, 98, 99. So they're all like printed one next to each other. So, but what I want is that I want the character equivalent of that. I think somewhere you can see that there will be 10, not 30, I guess 10 or 13 probably, which is the ASCII value of a new line character. Somewhere it would be there. So I want that to be converted into a character. So I can just do a casting and say, hey, print them as character ch. Now, if I try to run the same, I'll have to give the entire file name again. So let's copy that file quickly. Okay, I copied and I paste it, press enter. And this time it should actually show me the content of exception demo1.java. So it is printing one character at a time. All right, so while this is about reading, now one thing that I missed completely. Now let's see if there is any problems that is shown here. All right, now you can see that there is one warning. It says use try with resources or close the file reader in the finally block. So it's saying here that the file reader internally, remember Java is written using C++. When I try to use the file reader, let's go to the file reader. I want to go to the read function. First of all, I go to the read function, and the read function is doing some sd.read. Where is that sd.read? So I go to the sd.read, that somewhere could be there. I don't know what is sd. Let's see what is sd. SD is a stream decoder. So let's go back to the read function, and let's see the sd.read. I want to go here, sd.read, and there it is a you can see stream decoder. There's a read 0 function, some read 0, which is this one, and it says the fall through. So that means this one is passing the control over here, and somewhere it is trying to read the bytes from here. So I go to the read function here. That read function somewhere eventually starts reading, I don't know where it is. Okay, here it is again, reading read 0. It's kind of going back again here. Again, I think it is reading. So it's going back and forth, but somewhere down the line, It's actually reading using a C++ code. I don't know where I can find that, but okay. There's an IMPL read. All right, somewhere it is reading, say, maybe, I don't know. Where is it reading? Okay, it's a little difficult for me to debug this code now, but somewhere it is reading a byte from the key, from the file using a native code. That is what happens. There might be, I can find here some native code here. Okay, the file is read only. I can't really find in that. So there would be a native code somewhere. Okay. So nonetheless, when it is reading using C++, the C++ part of Java uses pointers behind the scene. So when we read that, imagine there is pointers allocated with some memory, and or when we actually open the file, there is some pointers allocated. And when I came out of this, now I did not release the memory occupied by our C++ code. So this will lead to something called as a resource leak. It's not exactly memory leak, but eventually at it's somewhere it's going to cause a memory leak. But technically it's called as a resource leak. So whenever you use anything outside of the JVM, such as databases, network, or files, anything outside of the JVM, if you try to access, they are actually going to cause a resource leak. So you have to properly tell that file reader saying that, hey, I'm done with this file handling. Now you can release all the memory that was held by this particular object. Now in Java, everything is taken care of automatically. But in C++, we have to explicitly tell that, hey, you need to close all these things. And to do that, generally speaking, all these classes I mentioned here, input stream, output stream, reader, writer, they all provide a method called close. I have to call the close function. So what I'll do, I'll just go here and then say called reader.close, like this. Now reader.close, reader is here. It is giving an error saying that, hey, reader probably is not initialized at all. What if there was an exception here, right? The assignment doesn't take place at all. So the exception will be propagated to this. So some message comes. By the time you come here, reader is not initialized because the initialization is conditional now, isn't it? What if this is throwing a error? So we have to check or initialize this with null first of all. Now there is a probability that if there is a there is an exception here, it will go to the catch block. So reader is null. Null.close will be a null pointer exception. So we have to now check here by typing if reader not equals to null, then only you need to do the close. That is fine. But close itself also throws an exception. So we'll have to surround this with another exception, try catch block. So you can see that it's becoming a little bit of add exception to method surround with try catch. You can see that now I'm actually giving, I can say here, just leave that as it is, but I'm checking here if reader is not equal to null, then try reader.close and stuff like this. But this has to happen only if this is done, isn't it? Because what if there is a no problem? I don't have to really do this, isn't it? So we say that it should be done inside this block because that is when we are trying to do. So we initialize reader, we use the reader, then we are actually, I don't need to check this because right now I'm inside the inside this, so I don't need. So reader is initialized, so I'm checking. I'm just trying to say read. Even I don't need the try catch here because I'm already inside a try catch block, and that try catch block will take care. Now this looks fine. This looks fine, but there is also a problem here. For example, imagine there is no problem here, so there is assignment taking place, no problem. But while doing this reader.read, somewhere down the line, imagine there is a problem. There was an exception thrown. Because exception is thrown, reader.close doesn't take place. Which means what? It goes to the catch block and reader.close doesn't take place. So what we can do now, we can take this and put that here and here. Also, even here also. I need even here also. But again, if you say reader.close here, the close throws an exception. That means I have to put a try catch here. That is why what we do is we want this to be executed whether there is no problem or there is a problem. So what do? You get rid of this from here and then add a finally block like this, finally block. And in the finally block, I can check, first of all, it is possible that the reader might have not have been initialized at all. So we check here if reader not equals to null, then we say reader dot close, but close itself throws an exception. We will surround that with a try catch block. So looks a little lengthy, but don't worry about that, okay? So this is what actually is the use of finally, where we try to do some kind of a cleanup activities. Okay, we try to do some cleanup activities here. So now if I run this, earlier also I didn't have a problem, but this time there is no potential problem of a resource leak as well. So I get the output when I paste the path. So I lost the path. So I'll say src slash target slash, src slash main slash java slash, then we have this com target India, programs or utils slash keyboard util.java, and we are able to get the output without any problem. So we got the output. And in case of an error or anything, so we can't really find, but the close is definitely called. The close is being called. You can actually give a message here, closing the reader, and you can just type here s out. You can say here reader object is closed now. So let's go back to the, let's go run this once. Type ASD and you will see that there was an exception and, oh, my mistake. What happened? Reader is null because the file doesn't exist. So it doesn't have the code. But if I have a file and that doesn't have a read permission for me, then I can probably give. So what I'll do is I'll just create a file and change the permission. Let's give a different scenarios, right? So I'm going to use a file here. Let's just type here echo. Note that I'm right now in day 4 folder. Hello /n greater than hello.txt. That's a file. ls minus l. If you see, I have a hello.txt. I do have a read permission, but how can I remove the read permission? I'll have to say here change mode, and I'll say for user I don't want the read permission on hello.txt, and now it is ls minus l. You can see that I don't have a read permission, and others and group members have, but not me. Now hopefully if I try to run the code and then check hello.txt now, let's see where I get the error. Okay, it says it doesn't exist. It is there, but I think because the file doesn't have a read permission, it is not able to give that. So unfortunately, I can't really show. There is no other way I can probably prove that there is a that file.close unless I throw an exception. Let me just do one thing. Chmod u plus r for hello.txt. Let's see that if we can run this with hello.txt as the file name. And you can see it says hello. That means that's now able to read. But let's just simulate by throwing an exception here. So throw new runtime exception. Now I haven't mentioned anything about this. So throw, but hold on. Deliberate exception. I need to give it in double quotes, not single quotes. Okay, so let's just try this after this. Okay, now if I go and try to run this with the hello.txt, the file is there, it's able to open, but then it will go into a catch block because there was an exception. Also, I did not have a catch block there. The program is going to break, but because of finally, the reader gets closed. Now remember, reader is opening because hello.txt exists. A reader points to a proper file object, but it has to be closed. Even though there is no corresponding catch block for the exception that I'm throwing, the finally block will be done. And you can see reader object is closed now. And then of course I gave a deliberate exception. So the H was printed, That is why it was giving H, and then it gave reader object is closed now. So I was wondering what is that output, H reader, but the H was because of the first print here, right? So in between there was a problem, and because there was a problem, it threw the exception was thrown. None of these could catch, but still it goes to finally close the reader, and that is basically the way you should look at it. Okay, but this is generally used. The final block is used generally to close or call the close functions in most cases. Okay, like I told you, files, networks, databases. These are the common, something that is outside of the JVM. You have some resource and you are going to clean up the resource by calling the close, right? So what I want you to do is I want you guys to take some 5 minutes or max 10 minutes, I think. Try this, and then we will continue. Okay, I want you guys to give it a try. Let me put that full screen. And I want to explain the next one with, if you don't have the keyboard util, or do one thing. I will share this code, you can try this later. So what we'll do is, it is 12.2. So let's give a solution to this. What is a simple solution which was introduced in Java 1.7? Now, remember, most of the time, finally block is used to call the close function of some resource. If you have some other work, not calling the close, but something else, then you have nothing but to call the finally block or write the finally block. But if your purpose is only to call the close function, which is in most cases that is true, like in databases or files, we have a simple solution called try with resources block. I want to try that, and then you guys give it a try as well. You can try along with me, okay? So let's go create a new Java class, exception demo 2 or 3.java this time, and we will add a main function. The job is same. I want to ask a file name from the user, open that, read that, and display all the content. But then I also want to do one more thing compared to the previous one, because previously I was reading one single character at a time, but to speed up the process, I want to read one line at a time this time. Okay, that's what I want to do. But if I go to the file reader.java, if I go to the file reader class and look at the methods in that, there are no methods coming from the read function is not there here. It is inheriting from the input stream reader. So if I go to the input stream reader, look at all the functions that we have here. Now, if you see, the input stream reader has one function called read. Oh, sorry. One function called read, which gives you one. It reads one character, gives you an integer. There is another function that has a read a bunch of characters. That's all. Two functions I have. And this input stream reader doesn't, it comes from reader, but reader is even worse because there the read function is abstract. So if I go here, you can see that there are read functions over here. The read function here is going to call another read function here. This read function, okay, is calling a abstract read function, as you can see. So again, if you see the read functions here, all of them written int, 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 int. Okay, 4 functions, all of them written int. There is no function that returns a string. So if I want to use, if I want to read one line at a time from here, we need to add additional capabilities to this file reader. And to use, to do that, we have a class called Bufferedreader. Let's have a look at that. So first of all, I need a file. Let's look at a string file name equals to keyboard util dot get string. I'll say enter absolute or relative file path, file name. Let's give a absolute or relative file name, file path. Let's give a file path. And now the user will give. Now we want to open. So I'm going to create 2 variables, but look at what I'm going to do. I'm going to say try, and I'm using a round bracket and then curly bracket. This is something new because we didn't do this earlier. And the round bracket here is a placeholder for declaring variables. So if I go here, now let me also put a catch for the time being, exception EX, generic exception I'm having here. The round bracket I'm using here can be used for declaring variables. So I'm going to do here by typing, first of all, file reader, okay, file reader equals to new file reader of file name. So notice I'm using this round bracket as a placeholder for declaring variables. Now that's something that is new because until Java 7, this was not there. So right now it is not giving an error. But what if I type here int num equals to 100? Now that is giving an error. Why am I getting an error when I declare a variable? Can I declare only one variable? Is that the reason why it's giving an error? If that is the case, I can remove this part and check it out. So you can see that it still gives an error. And I can declare multiple. For example, I'm going to say here buffered reader in equals to new buffered reader of this reader. So I can declare multiple, but I cannot just declare any variable I want. So if I declare here, say string name equals to Vinod, like this is giving an error, and look at the error it gives. You go to the problem section, it says incompatible types found, java.lang.string is what is found. Required is java.lang.auto closable. So it is expecting the data type here to be an auto closable. So what is the meaning of, is this an auto closable? How can this be an instance of auto closable? Let's have a look at this one by going to its hierarchy. And if you look at this here, it says file reader inherit from input stream reader, inherit from reader. So if I go to the reader.java, you will see that the reader.java implements a readable and closable. So that means an object of file reader is also an instance of input stream reader, is also an instance of reader, is also an instance of readable, is also an instance of closable. If I go to the closable, it is also an instance of auto closable because of the interfaces that it implements. So which means that the object what I have here, file reader object, is an instance of auto closable. Now remember last week's polymorphism demo, we were talking about the smartphone that you have in your hand or next to you now is an instance of smartphone, but it is also an instance of its superclass, which is a mobile phone, which is also an instance of its parent class, which is a phone, right? And it is also an instance of camera, but it's not a superclass. It is an implementation. Your phone implements camera. So we say that it is an instance of a camera. So if at all you need to take a picture, you can just open your phone. It is an instance of an alarm clock. It is an instance of a radio. It is an instance of music player. It is an instance of so many things. It is an instance of TV. I can watch my TV programs, all my TV programs in the phone, right? It has substituted literally everything. So that is an instance of many things. Like that, the reader here is an instance of auto closable. You can check by typing, you can go to a J shell, you can go to a terminal and then type J shell, and then you can check Java. Of course, if I have here java.io.file reader, reader capital equals to new java.io.file reader. Okay, and I need to supply a file name, so I can supply any file name, but that should be a valid one. So I'll just type here hello.txt because that exists. Okay, Java doesn't exist. What's wrong? Anyway, I'll just not do that. But if at all you check if reader instance of auto closable, it will say true, right? That's why I'm not getting an error. What about buffered reader? Same thing. Buffered reader, if I control click that, you can see it extends reader. Reader is a closable. Closable is an auto closable. Okay, that because of the because of the inheritance there. So we do have here instances of auto closable. So what is the meaning of that? Here at this time, okay, in.close and reader.close is called automatically at that place. So which means you will not be able to use the variable reader and inside this block because it's already closed and they don't have the scope outside of that. Okay. So now we have this from try block. We call as a try with resources. These are the resources. The resources are closed here. I can now read something like say string line equals to in dot read line, and this will actually return null. So let's type here string line while line equals to in dot read line not equals to null. So if there is a null, that means you don't have the content anymore. So I can just type here s out line. Note that I'm printing a new line character. That means the extra line character at the end of the line is not being read. This doesn't read the line. If you're comparing this with Python, for example, reads the new line character at the end of the file, but here it doesn't. And that's why I'm using a println here. And the best part here is that the in.close is automatically called here. Now, just to show you that they're automatically called here, I can also write here some code that say s out, there was an error. And what is the error? ex.get message. I don't think so. I'm going to get into an error. So let's go here to the run and try to run this one. This is the, okay, this is a new one. So I have to run this first. And it'll ask me what's the file name. I'm going to give hello.txt as the file name, or I can give the complete path, which is like what? I can copy that path from here. So I can copy path reference. There is a absolute path. So and I can paste that path here. Now you can see that I got the complete path. Press enter, and this is supposed to read the content and give. So I have no problem. So it is okay. Let's run it again. And then I will give something wrong, so which doesn't exist. So asd.txt doesn't exist. It comes back and it says that there was an error, asd.txt, no such file or directory. But how do I know if this is the close is called over here? To demonstrate that, what I'll do is I will write this Bufferedreader subclass. Can I do a subclass of this Bufferedreader? You can see it is not final, which means I can do. And the close function here, is there a close function here? You can see that there is a close function here, and that is also not final. So what I'll do is I'll create here my own Bufferedreader class. So what do I call it as? Call it as my Bufferedreader that extends Bufferedreader, okay, from java.io. Why is it giving an error? Let's try that. Create a constructor matching super. So I'm going to use this one. So because I have to supply, when I say my buffer, I'm supposed to supply the reader here. That reader is supposed to be passed. That is one. And I'm also going to override the close function. So how do I override the close function? I go here. I'll say generate override methods. And the one that I want to override is the close. And there I'll call the super close. But just before that, I'm going to give a message saying that you can say close is called. Just giving this message. So basically, I'm creating my own buffered reader just to ensure that the close is automatically called. That's all. So now I go here. And instead of using this Bufferedreader, I'm going to use the my Bufferedreader and new my Bufferedreader. Okay. What's wrong with that? Let's see. Oh, there's no error. That was a glitch. There was no error. So everything remains the same. So now if I try to run this and then give a file name, let's give a copy path of this keyboard util. It's a smaller file. So now if I try to run this, and I give the path and where exactly it is called, you can see that close is called right after this one. So right after this. So before even it doesn't get into the catch block anyway, right? So obviously it cannot be closed here. It's just closed over here. Now I can also show you that if there is a problem, when will there be a problem? Now notice that if there is a problem here, let's say, for example, the file doesn't exist. This itself will throw an exception. So obviously it will go here without having to close anything because nothing has opened. But if I throw an exception here, for example, after printing one line, I'll say here, throw new runtime exception, of say deliberate exception. Oh, I think I need to give in double quotes. Now, if I try to run this, you see that there is an exception that is thrown. It goes to the catch block, prints that, but before it can print the catch block, a message that in.close. So that means you will see one line of output. Then you will see that the close is called. Then you will see the actual message. So let's try running this with a proper file name only. So the keyboard util. That's a key. Oh, let's just go and erase. Give the proper file name. That is the any file is okay, but let's go to the log4 properties this time. So copy path reference. It doesn't matter. It's only going to copy one file or one line. It's only going to print one line. And you can see that it printed, then close is called, then it goes to the catch block. That is why I'm saying that it is actually called over here, not anywhere else. So just to prove that point, I created a my Bufferedreader overriding these things, but you don't have to do that way. But I just wanted to show you that, okay? So I'll keep all these three files here for your reference, but try this, okay? Take some 10 minutes and try this. It's important you try because that way you learn more, okay? Okay, I'm going to keep all the three of them here. This is just a message, so I can break this into 2 lines. So take 10 minutes, finish off this program, so you know that the in.close and the reader.close is called here. I just added an overriding of this function here, close function. Okay, so take a couple of maybe 10 minutes. Right now it is 12:17. 10 minutes. Maybe let's make it as up to 12:30. So you also can take a couple of minutes break. I told you we'll take some break at that time and try this alongside. Okay, so that's the advantage of having working from home. I'm sure you also would have taken a break right now. So already, so you take the break. I will also take. I'll come back by 12:30 and then continue further. And if you have any questions, please ask after I come back 12:30. Okay, so any questions, guys, before I go forward? Try with resources block. So if the whole purpose of finally is only to call the close function, especially for many of the built-in classes like file reader, the buffered reader, DB connections. When we start working with database connections, you will see that also. There also it's a similar ones. They all are auto closable. If you have your own class that implements auto closable, you can even use them also here, but you cannot use regular variables which are not auto closable types. Okay, so they have to be auto closable. Any questions? Let me know. Otherwise, I'm moving on.
Sir.
Yeah, Shisha.
Sir, what if one of the objects is created and the another objects could
Is
not
not
create?
created. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Excellent. So what
So
happens in such
it's
case? Suppose this is created and this caused a problem, right? So the exception will go here, but before going, it will check, hey, there were two variables here. Which are the variables that have been initialized? It will try to close. Okay, it is automatic. It's not just going to call that, but it's going to check if reader is closed already, or is it initialized, is it not null, etc. It's going to check. And that's why this the syntax is variable equals to an object. You can't declare only variables and then initialize with objects. For example, you can't declare the variables. Let's say I do reader here and buffered reader like this. This is not allowed. You can't even say here equals to null like this. Okay, the declaration and initialization should be together. Okay, because of which it will figure out whether reader has been initialized or not. If it is initialized, is it closed already or not closed? If it is not closed, then only it's going to call the close function. So the programming language or the compiler itself takes care of all those things, or I should say the language itself will take care of those. We don't have to worry about that. Is that okay?
yes, sir. Yes, I got it.
Okay. So while we are looking at try, catch, and finally, these are the ways you can handle exceptions. There are scenarios where you don't want to handle exceptions, but you want to actually be, you want to be the person who creates the problem. Why? For example, the author of the integer.parseInt, right? Author of integer.parseInt function, there they have to create an object of exception and throw it. So now we are just switching the roles where we want to create a problem and cause the breaking of the application. Basically, we want to communicate back to the caller of my code saying that, hey, you passed the wrong values. I can't accept that. So to understand this, let's take an example of a class under, let's say, a new package called entity, or let's speak it as model. And in the model, let's create a class called, let's say, a very generic employee class. And I'm going to have here private members, private string, private integer or int, ID of the employee, private string, name of the employee, private string, let's say double salary of the employee. I want to have a constructor, so I can just right click here. No, I don't want to use Lombok this time. So I want to use generate constructor, select none, and then a default constructor is there. And then we will also use setters and getters. So I'm going to just say generate setters, all the setters first and then getter, or probably getter and setters, all of them. So you select all of them like this, click on OK to generate getters and setters. Let's also add a generated toString function so we can see whether the data has come or not. So I go to the toString, all of them are included, and there is a toString like this. So the employee class with these member variables. Maybe you can say dollar or INR. I can use an INR as an emoji. Let's just type here rupees, etc. Not read it. Let's just assign an equals. Okay. So we have an employee class here. Let's go try. Imagine this is done by developer 1 and developer 2 wants to use this. So I'm going to create another one here, Java class. And let's say exception demo 3 or 4, main function. And here I want to create an object of employee. So we are importing employee emp1 and emp1 dot emp1 equals to new employee, of course. We want to create an object. And then emp1 dot set ID of, let's say 1122, emp1 dot set name to say John Doe, and emp1 dot set salary of, let's say 45,000. And we got this result, and I can print the details directly like that by typing s out emp1. So run this, I should see the details of that employee. No problems there. Okay, we got it. Happy path. But let's say, for example, the salary of the employee is, let's say 200. Now 200 is a very small number for a salary. Or what if I typed here some negative amount? Does it mean the employee have to pay the company? So for, you can see this is what is abstraction, isn't it? When I say salary, as a user of this employee class, I know what kind of value I passed, right? I should know that. But behind the scenes, salary is represented by what? Remember, it's implementation details. What is salary implemented as? It is double. So for double, minus 900 is not an invalid value. So it is a valid one. But for me as a salary, minus 900 is an invalid value. But because Java behind the scene is taking salary as a double, minus 900 is never a problem. So it is not causing any problem. But as an author of employee.java, I want to communicate back to the person who is using this employee.java, wherever he or she is setting the salary to something. If the salary is invalid because of its value, even though double is allowing that value, but salary shouldn't allow, I want to communicate back to the user saying that, hey, no, you are giving me a wrong value. So for example, I say if salary, the parameter salary is less than 0, probably I can say if it's greater than a very huge number, let's say 10 lakh or something like that, that is also invalid. But for the timing, let's take only one value, salary less than 0. Then I have to communicate back to the user saying that your salary that you have supplied is the wrong one. So how do I do that? So this is where we have a throw keyword. So we say throw, and then you say an exception object. You can't simply say here invalid salary given, and this is invalid. The actual syntax is invalid because the object you see here is a string, and string is not throwable. Now you can do this in JavaScript. If you are from JavaScript background, for example, I can go to this and let's use another terminal. And I'll type here node. So go to the node.js, the JavaScript terminal. Here I can say throw hello. And it says uncaught hello. You threw an object and there is no problem. You were supposed to catch it. It's not caught. And that's why there is an error. Otherwise, there's no problem. So you should be able to throw any object over here. But unlike that, Java doesn't allow you to throw anything you want. You can only throw throwable objects. So I can say throw new, throwable, etc. So I can say here throw new, throwable, and then supply that message, whatever the message you want. While this is allowed, there is no problem. But it says here that, hey, compiler is now checking that, hey, you are throwing an exception, but not being caught. So catch it, right? And if I don't want compiler to take any interest in this, I'll have to make this a unchecked exception, meaning any one of these runtime exception I have to take. So I can go here, change this to runtime exception. Compiler is not worried now, but whenever that object is thrown, the thrown object will be received in that location. Did I catch it? No. So application breaks. So this doesn't happen now. So if I try to run this now, I should see an error, and the error says that invalid salary, whatever that message I gave, invalid salary given. I can be more deliberate or more elaborate, sorry. So in terms of my messages, I can say invalid salary given, or probably I can say invalid salary given, negative value not allowed for salary. Right? So something like that. 0 is also okay, but not negative. So, and I run this, not this, this I can't run. I'll have to run this one. Let's try to run this. I get that error message. But it also says that it is a runtime exception. Now that is being very generic. For example, look at the earlier examples that we saw. So go to the first example. Here, it was giving a specific exception that comes only when the string that you're trying to convert into integer is not a valid number, right? And that is called number format exception. Number format exception is thrown only when there is a conversion of a string to a number, right? The same thing happens with this one. It is you're trying to access array index, right? So the array index is outside of the boundary, the array index out of bounds exception. So the name tells what kind of exception was that. This is very generic and it doesn't imply anything. But instead, if I have a class, imagine invalid salary exception. So I know that there is a invalid salary exception. So to have that, you may want to throw an invalid salary exception. So I'll just type here invalid salary exception. So it's giving me a message, or in red it says that the cannot resolve the symbol invalid salary exception. So that says that there is no such class. You can't throw it. What do you have to do? You have to create a new one, and that's what actually this is allowing me to do. Create a class called invalid salary exception. So I click on that. It says which package. You can keep it in the models itself, but I'll create another package called exceptions. And this is all fine. I say okay, and now we see that it has created a invalid salary exceptions extends throwable. What I want is I want that to be a subclass of runtime exception, so I don't have to worry about error handling. Also, notice that we saw earlier that most of the exception classes are nothing but exceptions with constructors. There are different mechanisms to construct these objects. So we go here, add a constructor, and these are the constructors coming from the superclass. We generally take no argument constructor, a constructor with a string message, constructor with throwable. Now, while I can select all of them, I'll select these three. Okay, so now I have these constructors. That means I can construct an object without anything. Of course, there won't be a message in that case. So I'll say your super of invalid salary given. Okay, like this, invalid salary given. Maybe you can also give, that's the default message in case if I just throw, for example, if I don't give this entire lengthy message. So notice that this invalid salary exception is constructed using this constructor, and it is setting a message called invalid salary given. So when I run this program now, you will see that message. All right, so it says that invalid salary given, that's the message. But if I want to customize saying that negative salary not allowed, probably I can go to my employee.java and then supply here negative value for salary not acceptable, like this. And now when I go and run this, the error message will change because I have a different way of specifying that, right? So negative value for salary not acceptable. So we also see that the exception that is thrown is this. And the same thing I can do for example, the ID. You don't want to have a wrong ID. So what I'll do, first of all, I go to the exceptions package now. I create a new class, okay, which is called invalid ID or invalid employee ID exception. That I'll say throw extends runtime exception. And then I'll also add constructors so that I can have some default, I can have different ways of creating an object. That's all. So again, I can select all of them, but I'm happy with the three of them. So generally, I don't use this and this one, but let it be there this time. And I'll also give a super class default message. So I'll say super of invalid ID for an employee. I don't know what is the reason, but let's say if at all you constructed, we give this message. That's all. But most of the time I might be using this one. So where do I use this? Here I'll say if ID is given less than or equals to 0, I don't want 0 also. I can probably say here, throw new invalid ID exception or employee ID exception like this. Why is it invalid? Probably you can tell that negative value, etc. But if you don't do that, you get this. So anyway, let's just try this with a negative number here now. It will not reach here, so the exception is raised from here itself. So let's try to run this. And you can see that it says that invalid ID for employee. So we get that message. Same thing I can also do by creating another exception for say name. Like if the name is very small or very big, I don't want to take, or name is null, I don't want to take, name is only numbers. That's not possible because we are using strings, isn't it? But inside the string only if there is a number, then that I also, so various exceptions, right? So I can also have another class here, invalid employee name or invalid name exception. I think invalid name exception, there's a built-in one also. Let's see here, extends runtime exception. As usual, have all the constructors added. Let's select all of them, say okay. And I'll also add a default super class, super message I'll give. And the message I want to give it as invalid name for an employee. We didn't mention that this is for an employee, so invalid name. That's all we'll give, nothing else. When the class doesn't have employee here, why should I say invalid name for an employee? Tomorrow I can use this for a student also. So why should I have that employee there, right? And in the employee.java, I can come here and then say if name equals to null or name.trim.length is equals to 0, an empty string, at least one letter is expected, or probably you can say is less than 3. Minimum 3 letters are required, assume. I don't know if there is any 2-letter names are there. Maybe Ed or something that, but let's just assume that it's a full name. If it's less than 3 letters, then I can say throw new invalid name exception. You can see that one is coming from the Java x.naming package, invalid name exception. Something to do with the naming. There's a JNDI is available. So something on Java naming and directory interface. There you use this, but this one is ours. And I want to throw that exception by giving a message saying name cannot be null or less than 3 letters. So that's the message I want to throw, right? So now if I go back to my example here, let's give a valid ID, but the name I just give it as JD. Okay, JD, and try to run this. Again, I'll get a message. So name cannot be null or less than 3 letters. So let's say, for example, I give an empty string, same thing. Or if I give here some 10 strings I given here, because we're trimming and checking, so that's going to be again 0 after trimming. So again, I'll get the same message. Or if I've given a null value directly, deliberate null value, that also will be invalid. Again, same error message it will come to. So now you see that we are able to handle all those things, or at least receive that. So let's type here John and run. This time salary is invalid because it's minus 900. So I'll have to fix that problem also. 9, let's say, for example, 59,000. Let's go run this. And now there is no problem. Okay, so effectively we can create our own exception classes, and then we can use them wherever we want, right? So that is how you will be able to use this. Okay, now the class is very, it has grown big here, so I don't want to really, but note that the getters I could actually have got from Lombok and the constructor. So what I'll do is I'll make it simple by removing all the getters and the default constructors and the toString also. I can get those things using Lombok. So I can say here @toString @no args constructor @getters. So the rest of them are fine. And now we see that they are fine. But what if I also have a constructor that takes all arguments? and let's say, for example, I add here @all_args constructor. Now, the problem with this is now that while this will, anyway, we have checked it, but what if I say here, new employee of, let's say, for example, 0 is okay. Let's say, for example, 1, 2, 3, and let's say, for example, JD, and then say some salary. And now if I print this here, you'll see that this will not give any error. It will just work. Okay. Whereas the name, it should have given an error, but it'll work fine. You can see that it has taken JD, but JD it's not supposed to take because it's 2 letters. And we are expecting more than 3 letters, more than or equal to 3 letters. So that's why we don't want this one. So what I'll do is I'll just get rid of that, add a constructor myself by adding here generate constructor with all the 3 members. And instead of doing this, because I have to now do this one, for ID I have to do this, for name I have to do, so I have to copy paste each one of them. Alternately, I can simply say, hey, this dot set ID of ID. Now you don't need to say this dot because there's no conflict. You can always say set name of name and set salary of salary, like this. You don't have to say this dot, but giving a this dot always is a good practice because then you don't have you don't have any problem with the clarity. So now if I go and run the program, you'll see that it's going to give an error for name in line number 11. All right, so line number 11 of our code has an error, name cannot be null or less than 3 letters. So that's not allowed. So for example, this is something else. Same thing happens with all of them because I'm calling that. Notice that my code is calling the constructor. Constructor is calling the set name. Set name is the one that is throwing the invalid ID or invalid name exception, right? So this is a better way of doing the application. Okay, so let me know if you have any questions over here. I try to keep all of them as much as possible. And here is one invalid name or salary, something like that. Okay, so that's the program. Here is the exception class. This one generally we don't use that, and this one also we don't use them. Okay, so we generally use these constructors. The significance of this I will tell you after lunchtime, why we generally use this one. But as of now, this is the actual code. Probably the entire code is visible except the packages and stuff like that. So let me know if you have any questions on this one. You can try this probably during the lunch break. Okay, I will push the code to GitHub, and yeah, and you can probably try this during lunch hours. But let me know if you have a question over here. Okay, since you didn't ask the question, I will answer that and then explain. Okay, notice my choice of superclass happened to be runtime exception, which means I made my own exception as an unchecked exception. But general rule of thumb or general practice is an application developer like you and I, we write exceptions which are checked exceptions, so that whoever is actually calling our class or our functions, the exceptions must be caught forcefully. See, in the main function, we were never forced to put a try catch block here. The compiler never bothered about that. Whereas that's what we want. We want compiler to force the user to handle the exception as a good practice. Now, I was telling about general rule of thumbs or general practice is that application developers, okay, write exceptions. So application developers write exceptions inheriting from or write checked exceptions. And framework developers, like for example, somebody created Spring Framework, somebody created Hibernate, somebody created struts frameworks and a lot of other frameworks. They write what is called appropriate. I don't know what is that. Right. Unchecked exceptions. Okay, I don't know what is the warning about. Let's just check here. Create test. No. Checked exceptions, unchecked exceptions. Still don't know what is the reason why the warning is there, but let's see. So what is the meaning of this? So that means I have to write a class that inherits from exception. As soon as I do that, see, this is an invalid ID exception. Check it out, that in line 27, we will have a problem on the left side. So I do this, you can see that, okay, this is invalid name exception. So line number 34 causing that problem. Similarly, if I go back to my other two packages, invalid employee ID exception, extends exception instead of runtime exception. And I also would like to remove this because I'm not using this anywhere. Okay. And this also I will be removing. So even here I'm getting an error. And I'm also going to open this invalid salary exception and then change this to runtime exception. Straight away, I don't have any problem in this one. It says related problem elsewhere. Okay. So my exception classes are checked exception now, which means whenever I'm throwing, it has to be caught. But remember, the reason why I'm throwing is to communicate with the caller of set. So we say here, communicate with the future developer who is calling my set ID, right? With the caller of set ID method, right? Method. So somebody, we're trying to do that. So because we want, see, if I put a try catch here, then the object is thrown and I'm catching myself, which means essentially the problem has been solved here only. So obviously the caller will never know that there was a problem. So there is no point of you throwing and you yourself catching, although that is one of the choice it is giving here, surround with try catch. So what is the point? The object is thrown and you yourself caught it. The actual caller of set ID never comes to know that there was a problem. So I'm going to undo that. The other option is that your method signature should take that information and say that, hey, whenever you're calling me, you have to handle invalid ID exception. So I'm going to just say, just watch this part now. I'm going to just say here that, hey, I want this to be add exception to the method signature. You can see that it says throws invalid employee ID exception. And that is also causing a problem right here, because now whoever is calling set ID will be receiving that catch block, will be receiving that exception, and that has to be put in a try catch block. I'll come to that in a minute. Again, the same thing here. I'm going to add this to the method signature, saying that throws. Not here it says throw. We are actually doing it, doing the job of throwing there. It's a verb. Whereas here it's just an adjective that it says that whenever you call set name function, be prepared to catch this exception. Same thing goes here. I'm going to go and say add the throws signature. So we're done. Now all these three also are now being called, but I don't want, again, you see that whoever is calling the constructor by supplying invalid values, they have to be told. So that is what we do here. We say here, click on this, add exception to the method signature, add exception to the method signature. So we add multiple signatures here saying that, hey, whenever you are calling an employee constructor or creating an object using this constructor, be prepared to catch all these three exceptions in your application. So there is no error in this code itself. These are one related problem, it says, but there is no error in here itself. The errors are gone. If I go to the exception demo 4, this is where you can see that there is a constructor that is causing a problem. Compiler is now checking because it's throwing a checked exception. Compiler is throwing error. Compiler is facing errors here because compiler checks and says that these actually are to be handled. So what I'll do is I'll just take these two surround this with a try-catch block. So what I can do is I can select these two, right click. I can have here, so I can't see that over here though, but I have that in the code. You have an option called surround with, and then we want to have try catch. So you can see that we have try with multiple catches. Each one of them are giving messages. What I can do is I can just say that I don't want all these. I just want one single exception and display the error message related to that. So I'll say here s out e dot get message. Now you can also say system dot err dot, and that will be an error object. So similarly, I can handle all of them, surround all of this in a try catch block again. So surround with a try catch block. And again, I just want one exception handler displaying what is the actual message. The message would be like this. Now, because the new employee has never been done, so let me just type here emp1 equals to new employee here. So let's create a new object and then initialize. So here using a constructor, this is going to be a problem, JD. Here there is no problem, so this should print. So one prints an error message followed by the actual employee. Let's try to see if this is going to work. All right, you can see name cannot be null or less than 3 letters for the first one. Second one, and the color, you can see that it's in kind of reddish because of the ERR. ERR will give you, that red color. And if there is no problem, let's say, for example, say John Miller, click on execute, and there is no problem now. So it's working fine, I suppose, right? So that is how you will be able to write your own exception classes. And a general rule of thumb is that you write a checked exception. Oh, okay. Exception, it's expecting an apostrophe. I don't know why, but let's keep it like that, just to keep our syntax errors happy, spell checkers happy. So we have we write checked exception by extending it by this. Okay. The idea is that by looking at the name of the exception that we receive, we should be able to identify what is the problem. Okay. So that is what actually is the custom exception class means. Let me know if you have any questions over here. Now, if you don't have a question, then we will take a lunch break, come back at 2 o'clock. So it is 1:04. That's okay. We'll come back by 2 o'clock and then continue. I think exception handling, that is all. There is nothing much. I want to explain what is called exception funneling. And then I want to continue with this input output stream. What byte streams, input out, what are the byte streams, character streams? How do we deal with different types of data? There's a concept called object serialization. A lot of times people don't get into that, but I want to show you what is object serialization because it's very, very important. A lot of them people take it for granted and say, oh, Java developer knows what is object serialization. And while it comes to the training, we'll assume that, okay, you will figure out what is object serialization. But we want to see what is object serialization and deserialization. We'll see how that works and what are the benefits or where are they actually being used. Okay, so that's what is going to be there after lunch. So if you guys have any questions, let's discuss after the lunch. Let me also see if I can push the code to Bitbucket GitHub, and then let's go back over here. Okay, so I'm just going to open this in all right, so I'm just pushed the code to the GitHub. I hope you know where is the GitHub URL. So this is the one. Let me share it in case if you don't have it. Yep, my code is there here. So you can see that it's right there. day 4 code, and my, yep, so everything is there, so you can just have a look at that as well. Okay. So share the link here in the chat window for your reference. I will exit Zoom and come back. Okay, I'll exit Zoom and come back at 2 o'clock. Okay, so I shared the link in the chat window. Have a look at that. Okay, so see you at 2 o'clock, guys. Hey guys, welcome back. I was just seeing if people are going to join. So there are only 18 minus me, so that's 17 people joined. Let's look at, first of all, if you have any questions, let's discuss about that. And if you don't have questions, then I think I will continue with another concepts, another example. So no questions. Okay. So let's move on then. As I had mentioned earlier, so streams or IO streams, as to be precisely mentioned, because in Java 8 they introduced another concept of streams, which we also will learn. But right now let's look at IO streams, input-output streams. What is a stream? A stream is something that flows from one place to another. In this case, there is a source, there is a target, and to represent, we have a stream. So if you consider this is a stream or source, source could be one of many things. Let's see what are the different things we have. And then we have here a target, and we have an object, right? So we have an object, so a connector object, you can consider to be like a connector object. Which connects these two, right? That's your stream object. There could be two types of streams. Let's consider this is a stream. An input stream basically reads from the source. Okay, so reads from the source. So this is, let's say, consider this is an application. So you have a input stream here. Input stream. So basically, it is reading from the source, gives the content to the application. So on the other hand, if you consider an application to be, using an output stream, we generally call this as a target, and there is this output stream. Okay, so your application uses an output stream object to write to a target. Now think of that you have a piece of paper, so that's your target. And this is you who wants to write. What do you want? You want a writing device like a pen or pencil, and that's your output stream. Similarly, source, if you consider it as a book that you want to read, and let's say this me who wants to read from a source, and for reading from a book, I need my glasses. So that's like an input stream. So that provides mechanism to read that, like a magnifying lens or something. Okay, so your stream object provides methods, functionalities to read from a source, and output stream provides methods, means functions, to write to the target. So they themselves don't represent a target. So whenever you're creating an input stream, it just provides functionalities, like a read or in case of an output stream, a function like a write, but they themselves don't represent a device. So a device or a source or a target has to be some kind of a device. For example, the source can be a file, As an example, I can say, for example, a file can be a target for reading. You have a file that you want to read from. It could be a network. It could be a client browser. We have something called as a servlet input stream. Later we'll see. It could be probably from a mouse you are reading, from a scanner you want to read, and I don't know, there could be multiple other devices. Okay. Target, on the other hand, you can again write the content to a file. Could be on a network. You want to send the data over the network. You want to write something back to the client browser, but you can't write to a mouse. You can't write to, okay, this also can be a keyboard here. You want to read from a keyboard, right? Here, the output can be probably a console, like a monitor. It could be probably a sound system, like an audio output. You can say speaker. It could be, I don't know, these are some of the things that I have used. Here, this could be even a joystick if you have. Joystick. There are many other output devices. Webcam is something that you can read from, right? Camera is something that you can read, right? Here you can write it onto a printer, right? Printer, you know. So anyway, some of the targets of output stream can be these. Whereas the stream object itself can be an object that provides. So they have separated out the functionality on the target. So the target itself doesn't carry the functionality. Your functionality is on that. So the best way to see is via an example. But first of all, let's see the super class called input stream and output stream. Okay. So if you look at the input stream class here, so there is an input stream from java.io package. And if you press function key 4, you get the hierarchy. You'll see that there are so many input stream classes, but input stream class itself is an abstract one. So you cannot create an object of this class directly. You can't say input stream in equals to new input stream. You have to use one of these. And there are so many of them, then you might get confused as which one to work with. And there are so many, you can say anonymous classes also are there. Like, if I click on this, probably a double click, it'll take me to another class here, that there is another class somewhere. Okay. So I think there's a variable anonymous in that. Let's not worry about that. Okay. There's an anonymous class also. So, but if you look at some of the other ones of filter input stream, if you see that there is something called data input stream, there's a buffered input stream. Then there is a, if you expand this buffered input stream, you'll see that there is few other, there's no such thing called keyboard input stream or anything. We will see some other ones. There's an HTTP input stream that is available in a different class called HTTP URL connection somewhere. So to read from HTTP protocols for probably. So data input stream has something called byte sequence. I don't know, that's really not, it's not a primary class. You only look into the java.io package, okay? So don't look at the other classes. So there is few more. Byte array input stream. If you have a content in a byte array, you can read from that. There's a pipe input stream. This is audio input stream for sound. If you want to read audio input from a microphone, if you want to read, these things will probably provide the features. Okay. There is this file input stream, as you can see, which reads from a file. And that has got few other subclasses, again, not from java.io. So we'll only look at java.io. So then there is this SSL stream. I don't know, sometimes you can see that the names are duplicate names, but they are from different packages. Okay. So if you look at the system.in, if you look at the system.in, system.java, if you go there, there is a variable called in. So there is a variable called in. So in is a system, it's an input stream. but it's not initialized here, but it's final. That means it is initialized somewhere. So if you look for in equals to in another place, so you should be able to see that location. So the file is read only, so you have to search for that. Okay. So input stream, in is an input stream, which means if I want to read from the keyboard directly, I can start using this. Let's try reading that from the keyboard. Okay. So I'll say here, read from keyboard demo. Maybe one, because I want to write multiple, and POARD. So note that I'm not refactoring. This will give a problem because the file name is still the same. So the better way to handle that is right click this and then say refactor rename. You can also do that from the refactor menu here, rename this or refactor this rename, and then change this to keyboard demo. So they have given a suggestion here. So keyboard, okay, read from keyboard demo 1. That's the name. That actually updates the file name also, as you can see here. Oh, no, it's not done. Sorry. So let's do that again. So go to refactor rename. I will do that manually. A and O, OA. That's press enter. Now it is updated in both the places. Let's add a main function here. And the first thing that I want to do is to read from the keyboard. So I have to tell the user that enter something. So I'm going to use a system.out.println, enter some text. Okay. And note that because of the println, after printing this entire message, the cursor will be in the next line. If you don't want, you can always have here print removed. And what I'll do is I'll just take here system.in.read. So the input stream provides a function called read, and read with a byte array here, and then read with another byte array. I'll take this one. So it only reads one single byte from the, because it represents a keyboard here. It represents a keyboard. So this is actually going to read one single byte, because keyboard is basically allows me to type text. Whatever I type text, that will be read as 1 byte and will return an integer variant of that. Basically by padding them, remember byte is one single byte, 8 bits. So, but return value is 32 bits. So 24 bits of zeros is padded in the beginning, and then the remaining 1 byte, whatever is given to us. Okay. And also the read function throws an exception. If you're not interested in handling, you can go and say here, add the exception to the method signature, so it will throw away from here. But whatever is read is a byte. So I can just assign here b equals to, and then create a local variable, which is int here. It's a byte, but in the form of an integer. And let's try printing what it is. So I'm going to just type here s out, your input is, and then a colon, and then I'll type here b. Now b happens to be a byte, or rather in the form of an integer. So it is going to be a numerical value when I type this. So let's try running this. And I'm going to enter, and the cursor is going to blink. You can see cursor is blinking here. I'm going to type my name, Vinod. Now the ASCII value lowercase v is, I believe, 118. So you can see that you got 118. So while I typed multiple characters, when you pressed enter, this reads the first byte that you have entered and will give. So, but the reading process itself begins when you pressed enter. Until then, it doesn't begin. But when you press enter, it reads V, and then internally it maintains a reference pointer to I. So if I read this again, okay, let's copy this and paste it second time and third time. 3 times I'm copying and pasting. When I run this time, and I'm going to type here A, B, C, D this time, because it's easy for me to check. A, B, C, D, E, F. And since I am reading it 3 times and printing it one by one, you can see that it says 97, 98, 99. So it's going on reading. But what if I enter 2 times? I only enter A, B, and press enter. So I'm going to type A, B, and press enter. Now you can see that what it looks like is I entered only 2 characters, but literally speaking, I entered 3 characters, A, B, and a new line character. So if I press enter now, you can see that it says 97, 98, and 10. Now 10 happens to be /n. Okay, so it's the new line character. On Windows, that is equivalent of that is equivalent of 2 characters, 10 and 13, /n and /r. For example, I'm trying to read 5 times now, and then I type here AB, okay, and then or ABC and press enter. While when I press enter, I would have entered 4 characters, A, B, C, and a new line character. On Windows, it would be A, B, C, /n/R. So when I press enter, you can see what happens now. It doesn't terminate. As you can see that the red button is still on. That means it is not terminated. And that's because I entered 97, 98, 99, and then a new line character. And then there is nothing else. The 5th time, it is still waiting now. So the same effect as the first time, because there was nothing in the keyboard buffer. It was waiting. Now also, all the content of the keyboard buffer we exhausted. It is not there. So it is now waiting. And if I type anything here now, okay, let's say, maybe capital letter A, B, and capital, I thought. A, B, and C. If I press enter, it only reads the first character. I mean, and then it's ready to read the next one, but then my program terminates here. So you will only see 65 this time. Okay, 65, because that is the ASCII value of this one. Now, obviously, if I want to really accept a complete line from the user, so I'll have to do some circus. For example, I'll say string text equals to an empty string. And then I have to continuously read until this is not equals to new line character, because new line character is like /n or 10. I can say here int b, that is semicolon I'll do. And then I use here while b equals to system.in.read not equals to a new line character. So I can use a new line character like this without double quotes, because it's supposed to be a character. As long as it is not equal to new line, keep doing. I don't have to do anything over here, so I can simply put a semicolon to say that the loop is of use. I think what I need to do is I'll also say here text equals to or plus equals to character variant of this b, right? So b is an integer value there. Then I'll type here your input is, this is the text is the input. So what I've done is I've collected all of them inside the loop. One by one, I'm going on appending to this, and then I'm printing it when it is equal to new line. And I know that when I typed something, I'm pressing enter, that is new line, and I don't want to collect the new line as a part of this. So it's going to enter now. So try to run this here, and I'm going to give here, say Vinod Kumar K, and press enter. It says that your input is Vinod Kumar K. So while this is fine, not the best method to do. Okay, not the best method to do. So let's try doing in a different way then, right? Because we always want to find the best one. I'll keep this on the screen after a few minutes. Hold on for a minute. So I want to create another program, a read from keyboard. So let's copy this and paste as keyboard demo 2 and get rid of all these things. I need the text though, but I need this one. I don't need this loop. I don't need this one. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a byte array, bytes equals to new byte array of, let's say, for example, 100 bytes. And the assumption is that the user is going to enter maximum of 100 characters. So this is where I can say, note that at this time I'm not going to use a loop. And this is an empty array of 100 capacity. That's an empty array of 100 bytes. Here I'll say system.in.read, and I'll supply the bytes array, right? And now I got at one shot. What happens is that whatever that I type, when I press enter, internally the system.in.read would have used the loop and transfers all the bytes including the new line character. It would have copied to the bytes. So if I just want to print that, so let's say, for example, I'm going to use here arrays.toString, and then I'll type here bytes. So I'm supplying the bytes itself. I'm just trying to print. Let's say I want to enter Vinod, and Vinod is 5 letters, but I'm going to press enter, isn't it? So when I press enter, it's the 6th character. And look at what happens here. All the 100 bytes are being displayed here. The first 5 of them, excuse me, sorry. The first 5 of them make up that word Vinod. 10 is the new line character, and then onwards there is nothing else. So everything that I've entered is there in the byte array at one shot, right? It is transferred from the keyboard buffer to the byte array that I've got. But how can I convert construct a string out of that? I can probably say here, string text equals to new string of bytes, and that converts the text that includes the new line. For example, I want to say here, I don't want this arrays.toString. I'll type here text plus a full stop. But you will be surprised to see the full stop in the next line, because the bytes contains a new line as well. So I'll type here Vinod, and when you see that, it is giving a lot of these additional characters we don't want, and then it has got a dot. This is where what we can do is we can also say dot trim to get rid of the extra. You can see there is a new line character, and then these are the empty bytes, so we don't want them. So now if I try to run this and then say here Vinod, this time you'll see that it says your input is Vinod. So it's a good idea to do a trim. If you don't do trim, you'll have additional characters which are empty bytes, and they don't look nice on these things. Anyway, we want just a 5 bytes, so we're going to trim that. So that's how you will be able to accept from the keyboard. Not the right way, but there is another better way, and the best way is using the scanner, so which we have already used. So what I want to do is I want to keep both of these programs side by side. I want you guys to give it a try, both of them, and then I will continue forward. So I think it should take not more than 5 minutes, because it's a very small program, but give it a try, guys. 5 minutes, okay. All right, so I hope it is done. I just created a copy paste and made some changes. Now, the better way to do would be to use a wrapper object on this system.in. Now, this wrapper object is also called as a decorator design pattern. We will also see some design patterns, but I just want to mention what is a decorator pattern, okay? Let's go and have a look at decorator pattern. So what does it say? So decorator design pattern. So design patterns are basically some kind of a reusable solutions to common problems. So if you see here, it says, this is the tutorials point, first one I see. The decorator pattern allows a user to add new functionality to an existing object without altering its structure. So we have that system.in, which is an existing object. I want to add additional functionalities. So the way this works is, let's go and try this by going to another copy paste of this. So the third one, and close the other one. So I don't want to read this. I don't need this one. So I'll get rid of that. I want to use system.in. But instead of reading it directly like this, what I want to do is I want to say here, first of all, let's create it over here. We say here buffered, we have a buffered input stream, okay? If you look at the buffered input stream, I can say in, and if I go to the buffered input stream class, there are functions called read. There's a read here, read here, read. These are all the functions, and I don't see any read line as such here. So we won't be able to use this buffered input stream though. So we have another class called Bufferedreader. Remember, Bufferedreader is a class in java.io, but that is a reader. So what is the reader? Let's go here and check. So a reader is something that falls into the category of character streams, not the byte stream. The byte streams end with either input stream or output stream. So this is a reader. Let's go to the actual class and see some information about that. Okay, it was written in version 1.1. Whereas if you look at the input stream, output stream, they were written in version 1.0. So if I go to the system dot out or system class, and if you look at the input stream, let me go to the input stream class here. If you go to the input stream, you can see it was written in version 1.0, whereas the reader was introduced in version 1.1. But anyway, I cannot say here equals to new buffered reader. When you do a new buffered in a reader, I have to pass an argument, and the only argument that you can supply here, you can see that there are two constructors. Both of them takes a reader object, right? So if I type here system.in, that is an error because system.in is an input stream while this requires a reader. So in order for this to work, we have an adapter class. Adapter is again another design pattern. So just think of an adapter. You imagine you got a laptop from US, and the power cable you cannot connect at your home unless you have a US adapter or something that, you know, that socket is a US socket. So we have here something called input stream. Input stream is one class, a reader is another class. So as you can see, it's made up of two parts here, isn't it? It converts an input stream to a reader. That is what actually this does. So let's say ISR equals to new input stream reader to of system.in. So the point of this is that I can convert an input stream into a reader. Now this is a reader object. I can supply here ISR. Okay, so this is an adapter. Okay, adapter converts an input stream to a reader object. Okay, that's what it does. And this is a decorator. Adapter is also a design pattern. Decorator is also a design pattern. Okay, so decorator, this is a decorator that adds additional functionality to the underlying object. What is the underlying object here? It's the ISR, but ISR has an underlying object of system.in. In other words, this in provides many functionalities that can be that actually internally uses the functionalities of this, but provides a high level function for this. So now I can say here that using in, I can say read line. You can see that we have a function called read line, and I can pass that or assign that return value to a text here. And then I can say that this is the text you entered. Okay. For example, I can say enter your name. Let's say here, what's your name? And this is going to be a name. Okay. And I can say here system.out.print. Let's just use an sout without ln. Let's say from where are you from? And let's say string city equals to in.readLine again. Now notice that I don't have a functionality to read a number. So if I want to accept the age of the person, let's say for example, I want to say how old are you? How old are you in years? I cannot say int age equals to in.readLine because or read int or anything. This has to be converted into probably a integer dot value of like this. And then I can give a message here saying that sout, which will give you, let's say printf. Let's say we give here percentage s from percentage s is percentage d years old and a percentage n for new line. And then this will be name, city, and age as the values. So using the buffered reader, I can read a line, but not any other data type. And this is where scanner was introduced in version 1.4 to provide a facility like this. So I type here Vinod, Bangalore, and let's say 48. And it says Vinod from Bangalore is 48 years old. So we get the output, right? So take a couple of minutes, try this, and then I will continue forward, okay? So 5 minutes, okay, not more. Do quick. Also, please ask questions. I suppose it's over. All right. So the better way to read data from keyboard would be to use a scanner. But then anyway, scanner we have used already. So we use a scanner and we say that we want to scan from the system.in, not just necessary from keyboard. I can also read it from a file. But then anyway, that is what it is. Okay. So while this is all fine, we want to go further from here to say, how do we deal with other type of data? Let's say we want to read data from files, but the content need not be a text content. Suppose I have few numbers that I want to store. How would I store that? Think of an MP3 song. What is there in an MP3 song? So it's a bunch of bytes. Image, for example, is a bunch of bytes. So everything is like some bunch of bytes, but they're not necessarily characters. So if I have an image file, it is made up of bytes, but that's a binary file, right? So let's say we want to write some content into a file, but that content happens to be numbers. Let's say double values. I want to accept a double from the user using keyboard, and then I want to write the data into the file. So to do that, I will use my keyboard util to read from the keyboard a bunch of double values. So I'll say public static double get double like this, and string message. Then we'll say here s out. We say here message. We use a scanner and return sc dot next double. Okay, next double. That's the way you can read. So it is going to give me one double value. So let's try to use this in a program. So let's say write numbers to file. Okay, that's the code. Let's assume that we have a file name. So we're going to say here string file name equals to a file. Let's say call it as numbers dot. I can name it anything extension. Let's give it as data because it is not a text file, right? So if I accept in a loop from the user until the user says enough, I don't want to enter any more numbers. So I want to store that. So to do this, let's try writing a, first of all, I want to open the file. Now remember, we have the try with resources block we can use. And here is where I'll say file output stream. Now notice the file output stream is an output stream, right? I cannot use a file writer because file writer is for text files. So I need to use a file output stream. File equals to new file output stream. What is the file name? This is the file name. And by default, the file will be stored in your workspace. Okay, not in SRC, but it will be in the workspace along with the hello.txt. But it also says that, hey, what if I couldn't create a file because of some permission issue or whatever the reason, imagine I have a folder called SRC and I'm trying to give the file name as SRC. How can it create a file called SRC when there is a folder called SRC? It cannot. So that is when it is going to throw an exception. But incidentally, the exception thrown is a file not found exception. What I can do is I can just say here throws all exception because I'm not interested in handling it. So I said that throw away all the exceptions. But what is the point of using a try block over here? I want the file gets automatically closed over here, right? So that is the reason I want this try with resources block so that there is no resource leak. So we got the file, but the problem with this file output stream is if I go to the file output stream class and then you look at the members, you see that there are a lot of functions called write. There's one function called write, which takes a byte array. Then there is a byte array, then there is an int, then there is an int. That means I can write one single byte at a time using these two functions, or I can write an array of bytes. You cannot construct an array of bytes using a double. Double is 8 bytes. So that means if you can convert that 8 bytes into an array of 8 bytes, then you can use this one. Unfortunately, that's not the way to work. So this is where when you want to write numerical data or binary data, use a wrapper class, again a decorator class called data output stream and data input stream. So let's call it as out equals to new data output stream of file. So whatever that I'm using on out eventually will be used on this, except that this provides convenient functions for me to write a double value. For example, if I go to the data output stream class, you can see here that there are functions called write boolean, write byte, write bytes, write char, write double. So I can supply one single double value consisting of 8 bytes, but that will be converted into an array of bytes and will be returned to the actual file internally. So I don't have to worry about that. So behind the scene, data output stream will make use of the actual output stream or the file output stream, right? But this provides additional functionality. So what is this? This is an object that represents a file, whereas this is an object that provides additional functionalities to this particular output stream. So let's say I want to accept from the user now. So I want to accept from the user a double value. Let's say double num equals to keyboard util dot get double. I'll say enter a number and 0 to stop. So if the user enters 0, then I want to stop. So I'll say here, I'll also use a while loop then. So while true, right? Okay, while true, if num is equals to 0, then we want to break the loop and come out of that. But if it is not 0, then I want to write the content. I simply have to say out dot write double, and then I have to supply this num. So this is going to write at one shot 8 bytes into the file, right? But if you open using a text editor, you will not see 8 different characters. You will see some 8 different junk characters. So, but that's how it is. So let's keep on trying, and once the loop is over, I'll just type here s out. That's all, or something like end of app, end of main. So let's give it a try now and execute this, and note that there is no numbers.data file over here. So I'm going to run this, and it's going to ask me enter a, I think you should see a file right now here. Let's type here 1.23, another number, so 33.45, 6.78, 9.12, and I'll type 0 to stop. And when it is over, you can see that the numbers.data has been created over here. Now, I entered 4 of them. So effectively, there are 32 bytes. So if I see the properties of that file, I hope I can see there is some properties over here. I don't have. Incidentally, it's not showing many properties. So what I'll do is I'll see that by going to my Visual Studio Code here, I can see the properties, I suppose. If not, I should be able to see that in the Finder, and then I press a spacebar to see it exactly contains 32 bytes. But are those 32 bytes visible to me when I open that here? You can see that it shows me some garbage. It says that I don't know what actually they are. The reason is that the text editors will try to read 1 byte and then try to interpret that as if it is a character. But remember, 1 byte is of no use for me. I want to read continuously 8 bytes, convert that 8 bytes into a double, and then read that. So that is why I can't see that content over here. So this is how you store binary data, numerical data in a file. And in order to read, I have to do the exact opposite of this. So let's try to do this by copying and pasting this code, this file. This is the write to numbers. I'm going to copy this and paste it as read numbers from file. That's the opposite of whatever that I'm doing. And you can see here, instead of file output stream, I would be using a file input stream. And the same thing, I would be using a constructor here. Then there is a data input stream. That's what I want to use. And data input stream. So let's just open all of them. So I think I need to import the class and then import the class here. So I have the, let's call it as in here instead of out. I need to use a loop because I don't know how many numbers are there. Now I know that there are four numbers because I'm the one who created, but otherwise I don't know. I need to keep on reading. So the first thing that I do is I don't need to read it from the user here. So let's get rid of all these statements. And opposite of write double would be in dot read double. and the num would be a parameter. So I'll say read double like this, and I don't have the double, so let's create a double num. Now what actually happens is this attempts to read the first 8 bytes at one shot, converts that into a double value, and then stores to this one. Maybe I can print that out. So I'll say sout num, okay? And in case if there is no data found, it's not going to give you a null value because it's supposed to return a primitive double. It cannot give you any indicator. It cannot give you -1 indicating that there is no data, because -1 could be a valid number also, right? So that is why what it does is it throws an exception called EOF exception, end of file exception. If you go to the read double function, you might see that you can see that it throws EOF exception if this input stream reaches the end of the file before reading 8 bytes. So if I'm not able to read 8 bytes, then I will throw an exception. So what do? I will surround this, both these lines, go to code, surround with a try catch. Note that I'm already inside a try catch. I want to try catch one more. But in the catch block, the only thing that I want to do is to break the loop because I have an EOF exception. So let's try EOF exception. Okay. So if there is an EOF exception, I want to break the loop. That's all I'm trying to do here, right? And if there is no EOF exception, then I want to take the number and print it out. So continuously does, and some point in time, it's going to throw an exception, and I'm going to break the loop, and then I'll say end of main. So I try to run this now, and you should now see those numbers that I entered as the output back. So I'm getting all the numbers back. While I cannot read in a text editor, so I cannot show you the content like here, but I can write a program to read all the values back and then access them. And that is what actually binary stream means. So I want you guys to try these two code. So let's give it a try. So both of them, I'm going to keep it here. Keyboard util also is there. So let's keep the keyboard util, because I added that additional function called get double. So let's add that right here. This is my code for, I'll only put this keyboard util get double function. And this is the actual function for the code for the reading. So this is for writing, reading, and here is the keyboard util. So take say, for example, maybe 10 minutes for 5 minutes for both of them. Then I think I will continue further. But please feel free to ask questions, okay? Everybody, please give it a try. Don't, because this, whatever the duration that we have the time for you guys to try along with me, okay? So give this a try, and then I'll continue forward. So it's 3 o'clock, 3:10. I will resume my session, but I'll be here only if you have any questions. Okay, so I hope everybody finished this, whoever is trying. All right, so let's move on. So the next thing that I want to do is to write the content of an object. So what is an object? Object is an instance of a class. Let's create a class. We already have a class called employee here that contains some fields, isn't it? So we have this ID, name, salary, 3 of them are there. So the total size occupied by an object depends on how big is the name, right? If the names are small, then the size of the object will be small. If the name is big, it's going to be bigger, right? So we don't have a fixed size unlike the previous one. The previous example, we used a double, which is a primitive which has got exactly 8 bytes. But this can be more because of the content of the name. So if I want to write the content of this object into a file or any other location outside of the JVM, how do we do that? So let's go try this one. Type here something called object serialization demo. Okay. Now, serialization is a concept of converting an object which is in the memory scattered. There is an object graph I have shown you on the, I think in one of the day I have shown. So let's see here, day 2 probably, or maybe day 3, right? Let's have a look at this day 3. We have here objects. Okay, I don't know if I've explained over there. Let's look at this one. Here is where I explained on the other day, right? An employee has a, I think this is the picture that might give you a clear idea here, right? We have an ID, name, and salary. One employee object is carried across multiple objects over here, multiple memory bytes, right? So spanning across many places. Now, I want to convert this into a series of bytes. So I can either store in a file, send it via network, or do something else with that. Most of the time, it is one of the two. So either take the data and save it into a file or send it across network to another computer like a server. So that is what actually is serialization. So the word serialization basically is the, you're converting into a serial bytes. There's not serial here, but they're going to be converted into a series of bytes. So let's see in Google, what does it say here? So we're going to say here, object serialization. Let's be specific about Java and see what it does says. So it says here, again, it's coming from javapoint.com. Serialization in Java is a mechanism of writing the state of an object. State means the member variable, the data stored in an object, into a byte stream. A stream is something that flows, so I can say. It is mainly used in Hibernate, RMI, JPA. RMI is remote method invocation, where your actual function is there in a remote server, remote machine. From the local machine we want to invoke. So obviously we have to send the data over network. JP and Hibernate are more or less similar. This is official standard Java persistence API. EJB is a kind of a bigger version of RMI, Enterprise Java Beans, and JMS technology. So these are the places where it is used, okay? Having said that, even in places where objects data has to be temporarily stored, like in a website, web servers, for example, session data related to a user would be serialized and deserialized on demand. The reverse process is called as deserialization, where the byte stream is converted into an object. So we're going to write two programs here, one for serialization, one for deserialization. So this is for serialization right now. So imagine I have employees. Maybe I can accept the data from the user and then do that. Create employee objects and store into a file. Or probably I can, I think that would be a good idea. Let's try that. Step by step, we're going to increase this one. So I'm going to create another function here called public static int get. Int is the name, and then this is going to be a get int, or next int, sorry. So that's our function. There's no related problems. It's all gone. So we are also having a function to get an integer for ID, name, and then salary we can accept from the user over here. Okay. So let's write the program where I want to ask the user to enter ID, name, salary one by one, and then create an employee object, and I want to save the details in that. And then I want to ask the user, do you want to continue? If the user says yes, we want to continue. Otherwise, we want to stop. So first of all, I'm going to use a while loop. Okay. And that's a true here. As well, I also want a file name. So let's say, for example, string file name. string file name equals to, let's say, employees.data. And this time it's not a numerical data, it's an employee object. And I'm going to use a try with resources block, but not handle any exceptions. So I'm going to say here throws exception. I don't want to handle. And this is the location where I want to say file input, file output stream, because I want to write to a file. So that's going to be a file equals to new file output stream of file name. And in order to write a data to an object, or write object data into a file, we have a decorator class called object output stream. Okay, as the name suggests, it's going to write an object. Let's call it as an out equals to new object output stream of the file. And this loop will go inside this block now, because I want to accept continuously from the user, create an employee object and write. And it's going to be very simple. Okay, I'll show you here. I'll say here int id equals to keyboard util dot get int enter id. That's a semicolon there. Then I'll say string name equals to keyboard util dot get string enter name semicolon there, and double salary equals to keyboard util dot get double of enter salary. All right, so we got that. We create an employee object here now. Employee emp equals to new employee of ID, name, and salary. We have a constructor that takes those parameters. Now we have an employee object. How do I write this into the file? Very, very simple. Out dot write object, and then you say here emp. That's it. And then I want to ask the user, hey, do you want to accept one more? Do you want to add another one? So let's say, for example, string choice equals to keyboard util dot get string want to add another question mark. Yes or no is the choice and S is the default. Okay, if you simply press enter, we're going to assume S as the default value there, right? Let's give a space. And so I say here, okay, I can use, I want to break the loop if it is no. So anything if it is not equals to S or an empty string, I want to break. So I'll say here if choice not equals to choice dot equals choice, spelling wrong, choice dot equals ignore case of yes, or okay, is equals to false, right? So I can say false, or choice dot trim dot length not equals to 0. That means after that you have, that means you're not entered yes and you entered something else. Then I want to break the loop. So I don't know why pageable came there. So this is break. Let's try this. So we are having a break statement here. If it is not equals to yes, or if it is not an empty string, then we want to break. Otherwise, it continues to accept again, and the process repeats. When I come out of this try with resources block here, both out.close and file.close are called here. Okay, and that's what happens. So which means the files will be safe now. But when we run this, we get an error. Let's try to see what's the error and see how it is going to be fixed. So you can see that it's going to ask me, first of all, most likely, it's going to ask me an enter ID, and that's a waste of time, but let's try that anyway. So the file is not supposed to have been created over here at the end. We'll see. Enter ID, let's say, for example, 1122. Say name is say Kishore or Kiran Kumar. Salary, let's say, for example, 25,000. Press enter. It now gives me an error and broke the execution of the program. Now that is expected, but I knew that's going to happen. That's what I told earlier. But let's see what is the problem. It says here, not serializable exception. Now it says that the com.targetindia.model.employee is not serializable. That is the exception. So it says here that, hey, I cannot do this. There is nothing wrong with the program as such. The program is absolutely fine. But then why am I actually getting an error at this place, right? So according to the Java, according to Java standards, as long as your object is in the JVM, inside the JVM, as long as it resides inside the JVM, it is safe. because JVM will not allow anybody to access that JVM unless it's another Java program that is trying to, running inside your JVM, which would be your code only, right? So it's not going to do. That means your object data is very safe. But as soon as you serialize that, that is a series of bytes, you can send it outside of the JVM in the form of a file or a network or any other place, right? And this is the reason, as an author of this employee.java, I should be permitting the JVM, saying that, hey, let's say employee.java is written by me and the program is written by you. And the object, I have to say that it is okay for someone to serialize an object of this employee. I have to give that permission as an author. So only the employee, author of employee class can do that. By typing, the public class employee implements serializable. And notice by adding this serializable interface, we don't have to override additional methods here. There is no additional methods that we have to write. But then what is the point? Usually in the last session, we saw that we write interface with methods in it. And then when a class implements that, class implements that serialize as implements an interface, we are forced to write that functions. But in this case, it's not asking me to write anything. So let's go have a look at that. What is there inside that? And if you see that the interface is empty, the only thing that is achieved here right now is employee has another interface now. That means an object of, in this case, the EMP is not only an instance of employee, it is also an instance of java.lang.object, but it is also an instance of serializable. So this one can check if the instance you have given is it an instance of a serializable or not. If it is not, it's going to throw an exception. And that is what actually it's going to do. So if I go to the right object here somewhere, right object, there is a enable override. There is a function called right object override. You can see that there is probably one of these, I don't know, maybe this one is going to check somewhere. Is it serializable or not? Write null, write this, write that, set block to data. We can actually see where is that error coming from, and then, all right, you can see here, right? So it's checking here. Is it instance of serializable? Then you write that. Otherwise, you actually throw an error, not serializable exception. So it is checking whether the object that I supplied is an instance of serializable. And it is now serializable because it implements serializable. So in other words, an object of this class is an instance of serializable. That's all what we have done. So an interface without any functionality is generally called as a marker interface. Now, if you look at the documentation, it is quite exhaustive as why this is required. Okay. Now, serializability of a class is enabled by this class implementing java.io interface. Okay. Then classes that do not implement this interface will not have any of their state serialized or deserialized, all subtypes. So why this is done, probably if you read this, you might get the message, okay? And primarily it is explaining here as why is it, what is going on behind the scene, it is explaining. But why is it required is that as an author of employee.java, only I get to decide whether an object of this can be moved out of the JVM or not. And that is the reason why we have this serializable concept. Although in the modern days world, we can serialize this in other formats like XML serialization, JSON serialization, etc., for which this is really not important. This is not important at all. Like Hibernate, for example. Hibernate doesn't require, even though we saw some message here, it requires in Hibernate. Primarily in Hibernate, it is not required. There is only in one scenario where Hibernate expects this to be having a serialized, but otherwise in Hibernate and JP, it is not required. Okay. So there are many ways of serialization, but the original idea of, if you remember, we had the seven elements of object-oriented principles by Grady Booch. I mentioned earlier that 3 of them are minor. One of them in that happens to be what? Can you recollect? It is not that. Where is that? Day 2, probably object-oriented programming we started. Did we? No, I think maybe in day 1 itself we started with that. No, I don't know. Oh, I've forgotten where it was. Probably in day 2, major and minor elements, day 3, I think. Then, oh yeah, here it is. So we said that there is a persistence ability of an object to see, save its state and restore later. So this is where Java out of the box gives you that ability to serialize and deserialize. That is the reason why they have it. But over a period in time, a lot of new concepts came like XML and JSON serialization, the ORM, object relation mapping, where I can take the object data and save that into a database table. All those things we can do. So for which we don't need that, okay? So right now, this is okay now. So if I try to run this now, because I implemented serializable, there shouldn't be any problem in writing the code now. So I'm going to type here 1122, say Santosh, and salary, let's say 25,000. Do you want to add? I press enter. Oh, that means this is supposed to be an AND operator, right? Because when it is a false, it has to be an AND. So let's try running this again. You can see that the employee.data has been constructed. There's one problem that we face here. I will tell you what is that. I'm going to give this, remember the previous one was Santosh, 1122. I'm going to go give here 9876. Let's say, for example, Alan Smith. And salary is, let's say, 45,000. I want to add one more. I press enter. This time it's asking me enter ID. I'll say here 4523. Say, for example, Ramesh Iyer, and salary is, say, 54,000. Want to add one more? I want to add one more, and this time ID is going to be 7654. Say, for example, John David. No, I'll say David Miller. And I'm going to add a salary of, say, for example, 22,000. And this time I'll say no, and press enter, and it's going to stop. Now, previously I added 1 and I added 3 more. So totally I'm expecting 4. But what has happened is that when you open the file output stream here, the default mode for writing will be overwrite. So if I go to the constructor here, there is another constructor, as you can see, Boolean append. We didn't use this. The default value happened to be basically, you can see that it's passing the content to, I think here, to another constructor, where we are passing by default false. Append is false. So that means it is overwriting every piece of data inside this. So although first I entered 1 and now entered 3, the first one is gone. Can I give here append false? The answer is no. I mean append true. Unfortunately, for serialization, this doesn't work. So we'll give it a try later. Now I want to do the opposite of this, which is deserialization. So I'm going to copy the file and then try to do a reverse of all these, whatever that we did. Object serialization demo, I'm going to copy and paste it. And I'm going to call this as object DES, deserialization demo. And quite opposite, file name is fine. This is going to be a file input stream, not file output stream. Obviously, I have to say new file input stream, object input stream rather than output stream, and copy and paste the same. Here we supply, and let's rename this as in. I don't want to accept from the user this time, so I don't need that. I don't need to create a new employee. That is not required. But instead of that, I'm going to read from the input stream. So obviously, it is going to be in.read object, no parameter, because it's going to read one object assigned to this. But Java cannot take it for granted that whatever that is there in the file is always an employee object, isn't it? Because what if I have used another file and there is a student's data or something else? So that is why while it creates that object, okay, we can check and then assign that to an object over here, or I can directly cast it here. So if I press Control 1, Command 1 for me, it says cast. So now note that there is a probability that this may be an error. Just in case if this file contains some other kind of data, this might be an exception called class cast exception. However, I know that I have stored employee, but we we know. But otherwise, if you want to try and catch block you want to put, you can do that. But I'll just leave that. I got the employee object, and then I don't need to. When I keep reading that, there might be an exception also, and that is when I have to break. Okay, so you remember the previous example, EOF exception we got. So I can surround this with a try catch block, and the catch block is going to have a EOF exception here, not anything else. I don't want to really work with any other one, but let's say any exception I got, I'm going to just break. But ideally, this is going to be the EOF exception. Let's try that EOF exception only. Okay. Then we got the employee, we want to print it. And I can simply type, print employee here. So that's it, nothing else. So when I try to run this, I'll see 3 of the employees that are added in the previous case. Okay, so you can see that I got all these, but I don't have the first one, whatever that I entered, Kishore's data, I don't have. Okay, so I want you guys to try this program, these 2 programs, take some 10 minutes and finish off this. Then I will continue with some important aspects. Let me just enter this in the next line so you can read that clearly. Okay, so take some 10 minutes, finish off this. Then I want to show you some very, very important aspects about serialization and deserialization. Okay, so give it a try, guys. Don't stop. And 10 minutes, and then I'll continue forward. Okay, everybody. Anyone is still doing or it's done?
Done, sir.
All right, done. Okay, so I want to show you one more thing here. So when we have a class that implements serializable, these are by default, they are serializable members. That means in the actual file, when we read the object deserialization, when we run, let's say run this, we are able to get back all the values, right? Now, there are sometimes you may have a situation where there is a member that cannot be serialized or you don't want them to be serialized for something. Let's say there is a password, for example. You don't want the password to be serialized for whatever the reason. Or let's consider a scenario where I have a class called, say, address. Okay. And the address has, let's use Lombok this time. So I'm going to say data. I have here some members like private string street, private string area, private string city, and state. Maybe you can also have country. Let's give defaults here if you want. Let's leave that. And private string country. And I also want no arguments constructor and all args constructor. Okay, so we can construct this straight away. Imagine an employee class also has a member variable of address type. Let's call it as address. And also I'll assign a new address by default. Okay, like this. And I have a getter there. I also can add a setter. So how do we do that? I can just type here, okay, let's add that at the bottom. And imagine I have here set address. So the setter for the address is there, getter for the address comes from this. So we have a set address, get address. Now let's say we want to go back to that serialization demo. We create an object over here. We also want to specify the address. But this time I want to randomly assign some address. Or let me give a different program here. I'm going to copy this one. This is a, let's see here. What do we want to give here? Transient demo. I want to give a message a file name called transient demo. And what do we want to do? We want to store this, but I don't want to accept this from the user. I don't want a loop, first of all. I want to create an employee object. I don't have a breaks required because this is only one employee. Let's assume that I have an employee here whose value, by the way, these values I can give it as the 998 something. The name of the person is, for example, say Kelly, and salary is around, let's say, for example, 34,000. And then I also want to say here address, or I can say here emp dot get address dot set street of, let's say, for example, first cross, second main, let's say emp dot get address dot set say area, let's say, for example, some Acme layout, and ACME, and emp dot get address dot set city of, let's say, Bangalore, emp dot get address dot set state of Karnataka, and then emp dot get address dot set country to India, right? And I also want to say emp dot set address. Okay, that directly it has been set now, right? So the employee address has been set over here. Now we are trying to write, and I don't have to ask from the user. And then eventually I want to come and tell that the file is closed, right? So the data stored in the file. So I'll say sout data stored in the file. And let's say this is employees data, doesn't matter. Okay, maybe I can say new file. So when I try to run this, you will see that as expected, employee is the one that I'm saving. Employee is serializable. And if you look at the employee members over here, this is integer, primitive. There is no need to worry about serialization. So there is no problem. String is a class, but if you go to the string.java, you can see that the string.java implements serializable already. So there's no problem. And then salary is a primitive. Even if that happens to be a wrapper class, if you go there, you can see that double is extends number, and number implements serializable. So in that case, double is also serializable. So let's keep it back to primitive. So the problem here is now, this is not the one. The problem in here, in this one, I have an employee object where this is serializable, this is serializable, this is serializable, but address is not serializable. So technically there shouldn't be a problem, but I told you earlier that only the author of the class can decide whether an object of this class can be serialized or not. So not the user, the author of employee, but not the author of address. So if I try to run this, it's going to give you an error. So you can see it says here, not serializable exception, and it says address. And I'm not serializing address, but I'm trying to serialize employee. So there are two solutions here now. One solution is you go to the address.java and add implement serializable. But what if this is not mine? And what if I don't have a source code? I have just a dot class file because I imported from some third-party package. And in this case, because I'm using this, even my class, even though it is serializable, I'm not able to serialize. So what do? The only option that is left is that mark this particular address as transient. So private transient address. So basically we say the serializer will ignore this member. Okay. So the serializer, who is the serializer? The serializer is this one, object dot, this is a serializer. So the serializer, when trying to serialize this employee object, tries to serialize all these without a problem, and it will ignore this because even if this is serializable, this will ignore because of the transient keyword. We say, hey, I don't want you to serialize this. Okay. The reason is I can't, but even if you can, we are saying that don't serialize. So now if I try to run this, I can get the output. Let's go and try running this. And it says that it is stored successfully. And if I run the previous one, object deserialization demo, there's only one object now. So that should be retrieved. Address will always be empty strings or nulls, basically. Oh, sorry, there is one small problem. It says here employee is different than the previous one. This is supposed to be employees new, not employees. And I'm going to run this. And this should show me the employee data with, okay, address itself is null. Address is, even though in the employee, I've created a new address over here, but that has become null by default because it used a constructor to create. And in the constructor, that was not there. So that's why what we have to do is we have to remove this constructor, add here. I don't know why it has made it as null, because I think it explicitly assigned a null value here, which we can't help. So, but in any case, we have an employee object without this. So address is not serializable. We are marking it as transient. So my program to serialize is not having any problem over there. So we lost this data, that is okay. But at least I'm able to serialize the rest of the data, whatever is possible. Is this okay, guys? Any question you want to have? Any question you have here? Okay, so if you don't have any question, that is about object serialization. If somebody is asking what is transient, transient is a keyword that you can apply on a variable, a member variable. So when a serialization happens, we want serializer to ignore that. That is what is actually the meaning of the transient. And the opposite of transient is persistent. By default, all these are persistent. There's no keyword called persistence, but it's a non-transient or persistent. These are persistent fields, and this is a transient field. Okay. And the transient can be applied on any serializable or non-serializable class. For example, I don't want the salary or the name to be stored in the file. I can mark it as non-transient here. I can mark it as transient. All right. So I hope this is clear. Let me know if you have any other questions. If you don't have any questions, then I think we're almost done. I wanted to cover a bit called Java NIO. So what I'll do, I'll keep this pending for the next session, where next session we are covering the database concepts, and if time permits, I will cover the NIO on that. But basically, this is we're not going to cover in detail of the NIO. NIO is basically Java new IO or Java non-blocking IO. So basically, it provides some kind of an asynchronous input-output, and also provides some utility classes that can be used for reading an entire file without having to open, close, and all this stuff. So internally, it takes care of that. So we will discuss that in the next session. Okay, and then we will get into the database concepts also. Now, for the next session, we want to use databases, so which means we need to have MySQL, Postgres, or MongoDB. I think we'll stick with MySQL, maybe to Postgres, doesn't matter. We can always work with this. You need to install that. MongoDB, on the other hand, is not an RDBMS. We are not going to give a demonstration of that, but somewhere down the line, when we are working with Spring Boot, we will work with MongoDB also. Okay, but for the next session, if you are following along with me, make sure that either MySQL or Postgres is installed. And if you don't want to install any of those, or if you don't know how to install, you don't have permission to install something like that, then I will show you how to use a database called H2, h2database.com. It offers a simple Java-based database. It's a embedded as well as server mode is there. And the version that we don't download any of these things, because none of these versions will work for server mode. The server mode that we want to use is 1.4.197, I think 1.4.197, I suppose. Anyway, I'll show you how to use this one in case if you don't have. I use Docker, so because of the Docker, I can run any kind of server I want. I don't need to install them. I just have to create something called containers. I'll show you that also as we go forward. But next week, we need MySQL or Postgres, any one of them. It doesn't matter which database, some RDBMS. Even if you have Oracle on your computer, even that is also okay. Unfortunately, I don't have Oracle installed on my laptop, and I don't want to install. And Docker doesn't, there is no support for Oracle for Docker. So I think, so let's use MySQL. So with that, I'm done for the day, guys. If you have any questions, I'm going to be here for some more time. But otherwise, see you next week. Have a nice weekend and week ahead. See you next week, next Saturday, 10 o'clock.